From the tribe of the trolls to the empire of the elves, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76, Finalization and Busyness. To be honest, the punishment of poachers is in line with the rules agreed upon by the tribes of the Black Forest. Even the Ya tribe will never let such a thing go easily. But in the face of the overwhelming size gap, who would listen to the reasons of the loser? The trolls present naturally forgot the mistakes they had made first, and kept believing that the Kabi tribe was the culprit. The Kabi tribe is a kin tribe of the Kilon tribe among the three invading tribes this time. It is located in the upper reaches of the Black River, only a few days away from the Kilon tribe. The Kilon tribe and the other two tribes are adjacent to each other around the Holy Mountain. Therefore, the geographical advantage of the Kabi tribe will become our primary target, and use it as a springboard to cover our influence to the Holy Mountain area. Because of the concerns mentioned earlier, although this tribe cannot rule them directly, it can completely change another way to control them indirectly. Require them to hand over a certain number of children, furs, and meat on time, and then transport them through the Black River. With an additional source of food, the tribe can free up a portion of its labor force and convert it into a security force stationed in the new garrison to maintain our military presence in specific areas. Once the three most powerful tribes in the east surrender, the surrounding related tribes will naturally fall into our hands. There is no need for our headquarters to call for fighting and killing those small and medium-sized tribes. Instead, we can show them a certain amount of goodwill and exchange some of the materials they urgently need. Use advanced culture and abundant materials to subtly transform them into potential affiliates of our headquarters, laying an initial foundation for the future complete unification. After Blade Fang set the tone, the trolls who had been unable to come up with any ideas for a long time naturally had no desire to object. With this as the center, everyone discussed some minor issues and supplemented them, and then formed a formal proposal and passed the vote smoothly. Generally speaking, there will be several key points in the future. First, improve storage capacity. Subsequent plans are basically centered around food transportation. Without sufficient ice storage resources, everything will become a castle in the air. Without the injection of food from the outside, the labor force of the tribe cannot be liberated. If the labor force is not liberated, there will naturally be no spare energy to maintain the strongholds along the river. Without external strongholds, each tribe will be the sky is high and the emperor is far away. Who will listen to you? Therefore, the witch doctors need to adjust a batch of refrigerator tree species as soon as possible to meet the needs of the follow-up. Second, the improvement of river transportation capacity. With a stable external food source, we must have the ability to transport them back. The movement of troops and storage operations between the headquarters and various garrisons require efficient transportation capacity to achieve. Therefore, the tribe will cut down a batch of trees and build suitable ships according to the ideas provided by Baki. For the choice of ships, Baki gave the paddle boat model he imagined, and took out the concepts of keel, tail rudder, bottom rowing deck, and so on from memory. In addition, he vaguely remembered that the wood used for shipbuilding seemed to have to be dried. If wet wood was used directly, it seemed to affect the life of the ship. In the past life, there was a saying of 100-year navy or 10-year navy, which seemed to refer to the difficulties in talent training and obtaining ship materials. In addition, there are paddle sail ships that combine paddles and sails, and there are disputes over hard sails, soft sails, flat bottoms and arc bottoms. But now, ships are just needed in a short period of time, and there is no time for the tribe to try and improve them one by one. How to get a batch of emergency gadgets in a few months or even shorter time is the most important thing to consider at this stage. Therefore, for such plans that are either too complicated or time limited, Baki only mentioned them roughly, allowing the interested trolls to explore them themselves. Third, the treatment of captives. Female trolls will be absorbed by the tribe, so they should be treated with a gentle attitude and strive to quickly carry out a wave of mating activities to dispel the grudges between the two sides. This work will be arranged to be carried out by several female witch doctor apprentices in advance, and the executive departments will be responsible for cooperation and subsequent takeover. As for those male trolls who are destined to go back and forth from where they came from, they naturally cannot be allowed to continue to eat white rice before being redeemed. They should be used for logging, rough processing of wood and other work. Tools should be issued, but their lethality should be limited. Some stocked swords will be enough. In addition, their food supply must be controlled to meet only the most basic labor needs, and each meal should be fed 3/4 full. Fourth, the location of the station. In addition to the vicinity of the Gabi tribe, which has become a target, several fixed storage bases must be established along the Black River according to factors such as the carrying capacity and sailing speed of future ships. Although the actual site selection will not be determined until the sample ship is built, preliminary exploration must be started immediately. In addition to looking for the dock along the river, the location of the Gabi tribe must be determined along the way. This work will be handed over to the deer cavalry who have recovered from their injuries, and there will be 2 more intelligent witch doctor apprentices accompanying them. Fifth, contact the 3 tribes. The tribe will send a small team of trolls with enough captives to the Holy Mountain. Inform them of the relevant news of defeat and compensation, and let them prepare materials to redeem the population. There are so many things to do. After the meeting, the whole tribe began a vigorous rushing action under the communication of all parties. Witch doctors, apprentices, ordinary trolls, captives, almost no trolls can be idle. The tribe now has a total of 9 new system witch doctors and 3 old system witch doctors who are still in the transformation stage. Among them, only the former has the ability to prepare refrigeratory species. The fanged witch doctor who was studying the warrior totem, the thick-toothed witch doctor who was studying the population inheritance of transformed plant functions, the Mia witch doctor who was studying the female troll pregnancy characteristics, the house-tooth witch doctor who was studying the treehouse automation, and so on. All the witch doctors who had their own research focuses before temporarily put down their original work and put all their energy into the processing of refrigeratory species. Blade Fang, who had planned to shift his focus back to the witch doctor level after ending this war, was naturally no exception. He also began to process refrigeratory species day and night. The refrigeratory is the most complex result of the tribe's magic at this stage. It takes 3 witch doctors to cooperate with each other for 4 days to create a perfect tree species. During this period, the witch doctors basically have no extra time to carry out other activities except for the necessary rest such as sleeping and eating to replenish their physical strength and energy. Compared with seed production, the planting and maintenance of refrigerated trees are much simpler. In terms of planting, as long as a witch doctor's physical strength and energy allow, he can plant as many trees as he wants, provided that there are so many seeds available. In terms of maintenance, there is basically no need to worry about anything. As long as it is safe, the refrigerator will absorb the necessary nutrients and energy to continue to operate. 3 months passed quickly, and the witch doctors created a total of nearly 30 refrigerator species. If all of them are planted, more than 2,000 tons of additional meat storage capacity can be obtained, which has met the tribe's demand for storage growth for a considerable period of time. In this way, the witch doctors can finally stop. While the witch doctors are busy, the apprentices are not idle either. They have mastered the most knowledge in the tribe except for the witch doctors, and they have also been assigned their own work. Among them, ship supervision is the top priority during this period. The captives continuously provide wood according to their requirements. However, the specific work on the technology, under the special instructions of Baki, avoided outsiders, and only their own people were constantly trying on the river beach not far from the tribe. At first, only a few apprentices were conducting research here. They practiced with their hands using pocket materials, exploring the shipbuilding knowledge that Baki had taught them. Through repeated failures, they summarized and mastered many blind spots that even Baki had never understood, and worked hard step by step towards the direction of the real ship. 2 months later, the number of trolls on the river beach construction site gradually increased. One by one, wooden piles with flush tops were erected, and a whole 30-meter long, dense and hardwood was carefully fixed in the center. Not far away, a large number of wooden nails, vines, planks, and small tree trunks were also piled up like a mountain. Sorry for dawdling until so late. Exclamation mark. Chapter 77. Sample ship and problems. Revised. About 200 to 300 words more at the end. When Baki finished the task of producing the refrigerator tree species and came to the river beach to observe, what appeared in front of him was a flat-bottomed boat that was more than 30 meters long, 8 meters wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, and nearly 5 meters high. Although the boat was not decorated as a whole, it was already very complete. From the river beach, it can be clearly seen that the top deck has been fixed with a rather exaggerated long oar. Below the deck, which seems to be the second floor, there is also a row of portholes, from which long oars are also extended. Baki walked forward with great interest and boarded the boat for a tour under the guidance of the apprentice who had been renamed Funiba. During the visit, through Funiba's introduction, he got a better understanding of the boat. The hull of this boat is divided into 3 layers, namely the bottom warehouse, the second warehouse, and the upper deck. Among them, the length of the bottom warehouse is about the same as the length of the keel, 5 meters wide and 1.5 meters high. Because this height is impossible for the troll to stretch, and the bottom warehouse is located below the waterline for a long time, there is no oar position. When the ship is empty, the bottom warehouse will be used to place heavy objects for ballast. When loaded, it will serve as a warehouse. Above it is a second floor warehouse. Although the space of 3.3 meters high and 6 meters wide seems closed to the trolls, it is barely enough. Therefore, the apprentices opened windows on both sides and arranged a total of 24 oars in 12 rows. The distance between each oar frame is 2.5 meters. The rowers who maintain a standing posture need to swing their bodies back and forth to control the giant oars to drive the ship to sail. The top floor is an open-air deck, which also has 12 rows and a total of 24 oars. But the working conditions here are obviously much better than those on the lower floor, at least in the open air. The rowers can breathe fresh air at any time, and do not have to inhale and exhale the exhaust gas discharged by other trolls like on the lower floor. As long as the trolls have not evolved to the stage where they need to consider skin care, the upper deck will definitely be more popular. The keel, ribs, bottom plate, hull and other structures of the hull are basically made of natural wood, only for the wooden nails and vines used for fixing. We chose a steel wood and magic vines in stock. In addition, in order to prevent the problem of too high center of gravity that you mentioned, we also conducted many experiments on the miniature model that was scaled down in proportion, and thus found a relatively suitable hull structure and deck layout. In this regard, the witch doctor Tuaya provided great help, otherwise there would be no time to complete the debugging in a short time. No wonder Tuaya's group submitted a few fewer refrigerator tree species. It turns out that all the time was spent here. Why didn't they come to me for help? Baki, who was dizzy and dazed by the tree species before, complained in his heart. Of course, he just thought about it in his heart and didn't say it out loud. Because Baki understood that these apprentices didn't dare to disturb the work of him and several old predecessors such as Sharp Fang and Coarse Fang. On the contrary, when they were ordering fellow witch doctors like Tuaya, they had fewer concerns and could be more relaxed. In addition, we boiled animal fats and added a certain amount of plant fiber and animal hair, as well as some stone powder and soil, and then solidified it in the gaps between the boards to solve the water seepage problem. But it was only a barely solved problem. We estimate that the waterproofing process will have to be repeated every once in a while. When not sailing, it is best to pull the boat ashore for preservation. You have done a good job. Further improvements will be made later. Baki's affirmation made Funea obviously much happier. After all, this was the result of nearly 3 months of labor by him and other participants. It was really a great encouragement for them to be recognized by the witch doctor they respected. That's right. After other witch doctors come and have a look, we'll start unified production. By the way, do you have any specific data on load capacity and passenger capacity? The safe load capacity may be about 150 tons, but the specific details still need to be tested. As for passenger capacity, it's more demanding. The bottom hold is not suitable for us to stay for a long time. It's very torturous just to carry cargo or ballast stones. The upper deck and the second deck, in addition to the ore positions, can accommodate about 60 warriors if they are squeezed together. It's still a little small, but it's enough to cope with it in the early stage. Let's just decide on it first. When other witch doctors come to see it later, just let me know if you need any magic cooperation. If you can trick at least one witch doctor into helping you, your research will be much faster. I wanted to, Mr. Speaker. But the witch doctors all said they had their own research to conduct. Mr. Tuaya was finally pulled here. Having said that, Chuana looked around slyly, and after seeing that no other trolls noticed, he continued slyly, I guess the reason why Lord Tuaya is willing to come here is because he is tired of preparing the tree species. Haha, that's understandable. Anyway, if you work harder, it will be better if you can convince the witch doctor to participate. Yes, I understand. Funea's eyes turned, and he immediately wanted to get some help. But Baki, who saw what he wanted to say, immediately changed the subject, and didn't give him any chance. Also, arrange the rest time for the rowers. For example, try to let half of the rowers row and the other half rest, and then compare it with all the rowers rowing together, and calculate the best ratio of endurance time and travel speed. It's not that Baki doesn't want to help, but his meditation progress has been slowed down for too long, and he really doesn't want to delay it any longer. I guess other witch doctors think the same way, right? It's not that anyone is selfish. After all, witch doctors are not just doing research for themselves. He thought so, but he didn't stop talking about things related to the ship. In addition, pay attention to the rotation of the upper and lower rowers. Don't let the lower rowers stay in a closed space all the time. Sooner or later, there will be problems. Also, rowing should be quite strenuous, and food supply must be done well. I see. We will explore this aspect. How is the shipbuilding speed? How long will it take to build such a ship? After a conversation, Baki arranged the follow-up visit and left the river beach first. Although he was generally satisfied with the research progress and results of the ship, the speed of shipbuilding was still not optimistic. Under the constraints of the proficiency of the workers and the processing speed of materials, the speed of shipbuilding can be said to be quite slow. The ship on the river beach, if the time spent on felling wood is excluded, and only the time from laying the keel is calculated, it will take nearly 2 months. The labor required also reached nearly 100 trolls. Even if the subsequent proficiency will gradually increase, this time seems to be compressed to about 40 days. Such a speed will undoubtedly slow down many subsequent arrangements. If the witch doctor joins in, the speed will definitely be much faster. If we can go one step further, such as developing an integrated ship growing tree, it seems that it will be much more convenient to build ships like the weapon tree builds weapons. But isn't this a burden for the witch doctors? And the research of the witch doctors is equally important to the tribe. Stopping any of them will not be worth a loss. What's more, it is a bit inappropriate to continue to make such a request, now that the refrigerator tree seed production has just been completed. And if all the problems are solved by the witch doctor, isn't it a bit unhealthy for the overall development of the tribe? Baki thought uncertainly. But in a moment, he realized that he didn't seem to need to be too anxious, since it was too demanding to complete the tasks of shipbuilding and building bases in a short period of time. Then take your time. Anyway, no one is chasing him. Yes, before, it was because the captives had been eating for free, and I felt bad for wasting so much food. But now the captives have something to produce, and the logging and rough processing of wood alone have already made up for their food consumption. After figuring out these points, Baki immediately felt much more relaxed and in a better mood. So, he stopped his steps to the meeting hall, walked through the tribe that was much larger than before, and paid attention to the neatly arranged wooden houses. He turned a corner and headed towards the place where Mia worked. Along the way, whether it was the elderly or the strong laborers, they all stopped their work and greeted Baki happily. The people were in good spirits, eating well and sleeping well, and even the clothes that were once only enough to cover their buttocks had a richer style and material. The tattered leather skirts that were occasionally seen before gradually disappeared from an unknown time, replaced by more delicate fur products. Even a few trolls with more dexterous hands wore exquisite clothes knitted with wool. Although the trolls' clothing styles are still monotonous, mainly short skirts and shorts, and the upper body is still almost naked, it is definitely more pleasing to the eye than before. In addition, it must be said that the choice of shorts and short skirts by male and female trolls is completely opposite to Baki's inherent impression. More female trolls wear shorts, and more male trolls wear short skirts. Baki once asked Mihai why this was the case. The answer was unexpected but reasonable. Mihai replied that there are two aspects of psychological and physiological influence. Psychologically speaking, although male and female trolls are both very irritable, females are still relatively more patient, they can calm down, and sew more complicated clothes for themselves. If from a physiological point of view, the lower body of female trolls is more easily troubled by foreign objects, so there is a need for covering. While thinking about these things, Baki finally saw Mihai from a distance. He immediately walked over quietly, ready to give a surprise. When he got close, the female apprentice who was helping Maya with her affairs obviously saw him and opened her mouth to speak. Baki put his finger in front of his mouth and made a hush gesture, then continued to walk forward a few steps. Unfortunately, the surprise plan failed in the end. The troll's sensitive hearing soon made Maya notice the movement behind her. She turned around cautiously in this feeling of being approached by a predator, and was obviously relieved when she saw that the person coming was not a source of danger, but her husband. "Mr. Speaker, why are you here?" The surprise seemed to be successful again. My wife was very happy just to see him appear. "There is only one chapter today. I'm very sorry. I couldn't sleep yesterday. I was obviously very tired, but I didn't sleep all night. School is about to start, and I got up early today to go to school. It took a whole day to choose courses and other matters, so I'm not in a good state. I feel that the quality of this chapter is also very poor. I plan to stop writing today. I hope you understand." Chapter 78 Mihai's Research. Mihai was in a newly built courtyard. There was no house in the courtyard, only a hole in the middle that connected to the ground. Looking inside from the hole, one could vaguely see the light of fire and feel the dryness that was different from the surface. It looked like the place where the tribe used to store clay tablets to avoid the erosion of forest moisture. There was a wooden table in the courtyard and a row of chairs behind it. 3 apprentices were sitting on it, and they were writing something on the clay tablets with a carving knife. Seeing Baki coming to visit, they had some envy for Mihai in their eyes, but they did not have the dissatisfaction of other females in the tribe. "It seems that my wife is quite capable." Thinking so in his mind, Baki moved faster, kissed his wife's particularly petite fangs, and then nodded to the apprentices as a greeting. "I finished my work for now, so I wanted to come and see you. Have you made any progress?" As he spoke, he looked further away, where some trolls were queuing up, seemingly waiting for Maya to do some inspection. Judging from their clothes, they were obviously the remnants of the 3 tribes. Combined with the current situation of the male captives, it was easy to guess that they were female. Because of the absorption policy, the tribe had already released the female captives in batches. Now, these female captives are obviously living much better than their male compatriots who are busy logging all day. Except for the look they gave Baki, which was a little eager and fearful, their complexion was quite good, and they were obviously well fed and warmly dressed. It's okay. Although it may not be appropriate to say so, the captives this time did provide me with a lot of samples. "Oh. How do you say that?" "Many of them miscarried because of this war." "Oh, that's why I said not appropriate, making me sound like, what do you say, an old witch?" Mihai said with difficulty, while giving Baki a veiled look. This was the word that Baki used to scold her when the couple quarreled. Later, after she had coaxed and persuaded her husband to find out the specific meaning, she did not let Baki go to bed for several days in a row. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Lady Mihai be an old witch? Seeing that she was about to bring up the past again, Baki quickly licked her. The couple's conversation, which was seriously out of tune with the tribal atmosphere, did not last too long, and they quickly turned to the main topic. With more samples, the conclusions obtained from the comparison become richer. Mihai took a stack of stone slabs that were obviously treated specially from the table. She held the thick stack of materials in one hand and handed them to her husband one by one with the other hand. Baki took it and looked at it. He saw that the opening slate said, a method to determine whether a female troll is pregnant by changing its mating desire. Since the tormenting period of the refrigerator tree species was over, Maya has once again devoted herself to the research of pregnancy. Although her research content does not seem to be as high-end as other witch doctors, it also has extraordinary significance for the tribe. The reason is that, although the pregnancy period of trolls is determined to be 3 years, as mentioned in the previous meeting, the first 2 years are too quiet. There is no way to do the ultrasound here, and the witch doctors do not have the extra energy to check the pregnancy of female trolls at any time. Therefore, if there is no simple and effective method to determine pregnancy, the proposal to protect pregnant women and ensure birth rate will become a paper and become unfeasible. And what Maya is studying is to find this so-called method. Baki became interested when he saw the title. Look at this tone. It seems that his wife has really found a feasible plan. With this expectation, he just followed the order that Maya handed him and read them one by one. Her discovery is not difficult to understand. If the mating desire of female trolls is divided into 3 stages for comparative observation, there will be quite obvious differences between before pregnancy, during pregnancy, and after miscarriage. Before pregnancy, their mating desire will be very smooth. They will not feel too much if they do it every day, and they can persist if they do not do it for 3 days. However, they will feel craving if they do not do it for 4 or 5 days. However, once pregnant, the mating desire of female trolls will decrease significantly, and it is not a big deal if they do not do it for a long time. In addition, if the surrounding environment becomes suitable for pregnancy again after miscarriage, the female's desire will enter the stage of compensatory growth. At this time, the body's self-preservation consciousness, which has an advantage in the harsh environment, will be transformed into the reproduction consciousness when the materials are abundant, trying to return to the previous pregnancy state as quickly as possible, so that the female enters a short high desire period. In this way, the conclusion is very clear. As long as female trolls report their reduced desire in a timely manner, the witch doctor can conduct a targeted and careful examination of individuals, thus eliminating the need for large-scale screening. The question is this reliable? If there is such a significant feature, why hasn't it been discovered before? Baki is neither a female nor pregnant, so there is naturally no way to confirm it based on experience. Hearing her husband's uncertainty, Maya was not annoyed, because she herself was also confused about this at first, and also thought, if it is really that simple, the tribe should have discovered it long ago. What else could it be? The female's desires are reduced, but your male desires will not be reduced at the same time. According to the current customs of the tribe, mating is not something that both parties are willing to do. Besides, reduction does not mean rejection. Females who have tasted the sweetness of sex will naturally not refuse to mate. I see. It's normal that we can't find it. When do you plan to bring up the proposal? Let's discuss it at the next report meeting first, and let other witch doctors think about the proposal at that time. Okay, it's good to have multiple proposals for comparison at the regular meeting. So, can we go home now? Hearing this, Maya rolled her eyes at her husband charmingly and pouted at the waiting female trolls. What do you think, my idol master? Okay, then I'll go back first, and you try to come back soon. Seeing her husband's disappointed expression, Maya took 2 steps closer and pressed against his chest and whispered in his ear, "Go back, wash yourself, lie down and wait, and I'll make it up to you in the evening." The couple said goodbye and left it alone. Baki walked towards home with anticipation. Of course, lie down and wait was just a joke. The exploration of the subsequent path of Witch Doctor has been delayed for a long time due to continuous accidents. I can't delay it any longer. Baki planned to go back and meditate for a while before thinking about other things. Fortunately, I didn't take on a big responsibility to become a king or emperor. Otherwise, how could I live a peaceful life? The current level of power is already very energy consuming. While thinking about various matters in his mind, he didn't stop and soon walked to the vicinity of his home. When he was still a distance away, he heard a burst of deer calls and angry scolding from afar. "Get out of the way. I have something urgent to notify Baki Witch Doctor. Don't push. Ouch. Damn beast. Please vote. Give me some votes." Chapter 79 Accident. Baki took 2 quick steps and soon saw the situation in the courtyard. After turning a corner, "Baki Witch Doctor. Baki Witch Doctor." The young sub-adult apprentice looked anxious. He pushed the 4 sub-elk leaders who surrounded him and shouted his name. Not far away, the big moose leader chewed his food with a disdainful look and occasionally snorted to direct his subordinates to move. "What's wrong? What are you making a fuss about?" Seeing Baki coming back, the 4 sub-leaders immediately let go of the apprentice. They jumped out of the fence, came to him one after another, and rubbed against him intimately. Seeing this, the big leader's eyes flashed with anger, and his feet couldn't help but move forward 2 steps, but finally turned his back reservedly. "Ah, you're not at home." The apprentice who was finally let go came over in a somewhat embarrassed manner. He only had a sense of group territory, but not individual territory, and he obviously couldn't understand the spontaneous guarding the courtyard behavior of the moose. "What's wrong? What happened?" When asked about the cause, the apprentice stopped talking nonsense and said with some sadness, "Mr. Speaker, a child died. The 2 witch doctors, Coarser Fang and Sharp Fang, have gone there. Everyone is waiting for you. Take me there." The 2 trolls said no more and immediately left one after another under the leadership of the apprentice. In front of the courtyard, the 4 sub-chiefs who did not get the expected combing and stroking treatment returned to the courtyard quite unhappy, and were soon kicked several times by the chief, and fled in embarrassment with Yo-Yo. In recent years, with the continuous development of the tribe, the death of troll children has decreased a lot, and it can even be said that it has disappeared. Today's sudden news naturally attracted the attention of all witch doctors. The same is true for Blade Fang. He is even more afraid of things, and even thinks that there may be some unknown disease at work. As he walked, he realized that this was not the path to the central nursery, but was heading towards the periphery. Baki frowned, wondering what was going on. A wild beast broke in, bit the child to death, and took the child away. The captive's revenge? These almost impossible thoughts flashed through his mind. It was not until a rare tree house in the tribe appeared in his sight that Baki realized what might have happened. "I told you a long time ago. It's not okay to change the ancestral system without authorization. Look, a child died just like that. Is this the reason for changing the system? This is the result of inadequate supervision. Isn't inadequate supervision also because everyone is not used to it? How could this happen if we take it slowly?" Before Baki arrived at the treehouse, he heard a fierce quarrel from above. It was obviously the chief witch doctor and the middle witch doctor. He jumped up to the treehouse, which was much smaller than his house, and stepped over the branches in 2 or 3 steps to the main body of the house. Opening the door and entering, the small space was already filled with other witch doctors who had heard the news, leaving almost no room for them to stand. Seeing Baki coming in, the younger witch doctors moved their feet and tried to leave him a path to the center. Without any extra greetings, Baki quickly passed through the group of trolls, even ignoring the 2 seniors, and quickly came to the bed. On the bed, that was integrated with the main body of the house, there lay a baby who didn't even have fangs, yet and looked no more than 1 year old. However, unlike the agility of ordinary children, he was no longer breathing at this moment. The tender skin, that should have looked full of vitality, also showed an unnatural blue-gray color. Obviously, he was dead. Staring at the baby for a moment, Baki took a few deep breaths, restrained his emotions, and looked at Zeduojin. In addition to the witch doctors, there were 2 ordinary trolls with trepidation and a little sadness in their eyes beside the bed, who were carefully huddled in the corner. After he came in, the 2 witch doctors, Coarse Fang and Sharp Fang, stopped arguing. The room suddenly became quiet. Baki resisted the urge to explode and turned to the witch doctor beside him and asked, "Tell me, what happened?" As his voice fell, the atmosphere that was so tense that you could hear a pin drop immediately relaxed a lot. Even though the witch doctors were still sad, hesitant, or indifferent, they finally dared to make some noise. In trepidation, it was Tuaya who responded first. "This is a group of couples." They neglected it. Regardless of whether it was male or female, they ran away for several days and found that their children had starved to death. When they came back, his scalp seemed to be about to explode, his sea of consciousness was churning, and his magic power was surging at a high speed. He couldn't help but want to vent his anger. A purple light jumped from back his eyes, and as his eyes moved, 2 tracks that seemed to be real were left in the air. He looked at the couple beside the bed. Compared with other trolls, these 2 were obviously thinner in stature, and their faces had an unhealthy grey look. Baki has lived in the wilderness for nearly 30 years. Whether it is the Fanged apartment or the outside, he has seen many trolls in his life. He knows very well that this is the feeling of weakness that can only be formed due to congenital deficiencies. If it were in the past, they would not have had the opportunity to leave offspring, and even the possibility of survival would be very small. At this time, the couple had sadness in their eyes, but it was really only a little bit, and more of it was the confusion caused by the gathering of witch doctors. This made Baki feel that he had nowhere to vent his anger. He closed his eyes and opened them again after a moment and asked, "Why don't you take care of the children?" "I went hunting." The male said, "So I made some clothes and wanted to exchange them for more food." The female said, "So are you not full?" "Of course." "Phew. Then why don't you take care of the children?" "Forgot." It's not that there is no food or lack of milk, but that I forgot. This reason made Baki at a loss. He could no longer suppress his anger and punched the male who answered the question. Then he sat on him and punched him continuously. During this time, no witch doctor came to stop him, and most of the trolls looked at the couple with disappointment. It was not until Maya, who was also notified, came and hurriedly hugged her furious husband. "Okay, calm down first. What's the point of hitting him?" With his wife's obstruction, Baki finally stopped punching. He turned around and picked up the baby's body, leaving a sentence: "Everyone, come to the council hall for a meeting in an hour." Then he left the treehouse. Maya sighed and followed her husband and left as well, leaving the 11 new and old witch doctors in the treehouse looking at each other in bewilderment. Humph, humph. The 2 witch doctors, Sharp Fang and Coarse Fang, glared at each other angrily, and then looked at the couple with a look of hate, their lack of struggle, and pity their misfortune, and left one after another. The rest of the witch doctors also left in 2s and 3s. On the way to the council hall, the 3 witch doctors, Yuan Finay and Yuan Noman, who had recently completed the transformation and became new witch doctors, gathered together and talked to each other. "The Yabu is too different from us. I can't adapt to it," the former Norman witch doctor said in a not very fluent modern troll language. "School has started, and I haven't adjusted the time for writing, so the time of posting these 2 days is a bit messy. Sorry, please give me some votes." Chapter 80, the whole story. At the council hall, Baki and Mia were the last to arrive. They came with nothing in their hands, as the child had been buried by the 2 of them. Baki, who was sitting in his seat, kept rubbing his nose. Ever since he got angry just now, he always felt that his eyes were strange, and there was always a wave of discomfort coming from his eyeballs. In addition, various thoughts in his mind also poured out in a chaotic and noisy manner. The attitude of the parents today made him think of a lot. In fact, he regretted it the moment he threw a punch. He regretted not only his indiscriminate and reckless attack, but also his wishful thinking. The word parents was a heavy feeling in his heart, full of attachment and heavy responsibilities, and he once thought that this should be an eternal truth. However, the facts seem to be different. In fact, just from himself, some clues can be seen. To this day, Baki has never seen his father in this life, and his mother's appearance has gradually been forgotten. Needless to say, he once said, "You must treat your mother well in this life." But he has not taken any action in all these years. Did he break his promise? It's not entirely true. When he was a child, he once thought that the female troll who held him and fed him milk and took care of him until the end of the breastfeeding period and then disappeared immediately was his mother in this life. The target of treating well was only the her in his memory. He once looked for her, but when he grew up, he didn't. Or when he knew more about the tribe, he found that he seemed to be wrong. The one who took care of Baki and held him and fed him milk might not be a fixed mother, but many female trolls who had milk at the same time. The so-called biological mother might be just one of his species. The memory of mother is already quite vague, and the vague impression of being fed is already the result of his extraordinary talent. In addition, for a long period of time, when he was a child, he had a certain degree of face blindness towards the troll race, except for a few trolls with obvious features such as long beards. Most of the trolls seemed to look the same in his eyes. In addition, he could not understand their original language at that time, and could not understand the emotions on their faces and bodies. Therefore, it was normal for him to mistake the multiple females who were responsible for taking care of him for a fixed mother. But even so, the idea of treating them well was not completely eliminated. After learning that it was the old witch doctor who delivered him, Baki also asked to find relatives. But the old witch doctor felt quite embarrassed about this. The timekeeping at that time was not rigorous, and it could even be said to be close to nothing. Under such conditions, how could he recognize every child born in the same period? So the old man took Baki to visit the conservation area, and led him to see those mothers who could not even recognize their own children. Afterwards, the old man asked him a question. How is it? Do you still want to find your mother? Baki was in shock at the time, and did not carefully consider the old witch doctor's expression when he spoke, but now thinking back, he knew that it was a kind of weirdness mixed with incomprehension and inexplicability. All along, Baki thought that he was the only exception, thinking that it was because his sense of identity with his parents in the previous life had penetrated into his heart, so he did not pay attention to the parents in this life. Maybe other trolls would be different? He thought so. No, he didn't even really think about this issue, and directly ignored the ignorance of parents to children. Baki has always been subconscious, forcibly grafting the concept of parents in the previous life with a certain word in the troll language. After naturally equating the two, he also wishfully gave them many sacred meanings. Now think about it again. Maybe the word he thought meant parents was just sperm donor, egg donor, or even called the meanings in troll language. After a moment, he collected his chaotic thoughts and stopped rubbing his nose. He blinked his dry eyes and asked the audience, who had been silent for a long time, "Let me ask a question. Does anyone know who your parents are?" The trolls below looked at each other, and no one answered for a long time. Does anyone know their offspring? This time, he focused more on those male and female trolls who were obviously in their prime. The trolls still looked at each other, and there was no response for a long time. Do you have no children, or do you have children, but don't know them? Now, a troll finally spoke. "I think I have, but I'm not sure," the rough-toothed witch doctor answered. "I think I have, but I've never seen one," said the sharp-toothed witch doctor. Then, most of the trolls who had reached middle age, and even a few who had just reached middle age, also expressed similar opinions. When they answered, Baki carefully paid attention to the expressions of the trolls, and found that the males did not have any emotions such as regret or anger. They seemed to really not care about how the children were doing, nor did they care about the many seeds they had sown, and how many hits they had. As long as the tribe still had a steady stream of new children born, it was good enough. As for who the children were, it didn't matter at all, because my seeds were always among them. I gave birth, but there were several sisters who gave birth to cubs at the same time. When the children were mixed together, we took turns to feed them, and we couldn't tell who was who. Yes, but they were all equally annoying, and they delayed us from hunting and mating. I gave birth once, and didn't want to give birth again, but then I gave birth again. What nonsense. How can the tribe be maintained if no one wants to give birth to children? Once the topic was opened, it was a bit out of control, and the scene suddenly became noisy. Baki looked at the expressions and attitudes of the male and female trolls, slowly feeling what they cared about and what they didn't care about, and finally determined that this time he was really wrong. He had long realized that the troll tribe was completely different from the human society of his previous life, but he thought that this difference was only caused by the different stages of civilization development. But now Baki had some doubts. Even if time was fast forwarded 100 or 1,000 years, and the tribe's civilization broke free from the shackles of the Black Forest and the primitive shackles, would it really become like humans? Would it become the form that he was familiar with? It seemed that parents, wife and children, father and son, family, marriage, these things could really adapt to the trolls. He was also not sure. In the primitive society of his previous life, Would humans have this attitude towards children? Would they have this attitude towards parents? Maybe or maybe not. Baki was not sure. But at this time he had understood that responsibilities such as marriage and raising children seemed too early for most trolls today. They were not ready to welcome such changes. They, or the witch doctors, might be able to give the tribe many good and suitable systems and attributes through inducement and guidance, but the backlash of forcing things to grow might come in the near future or even in the distant future. Forget it. Let everything take its course. The discussion below continued, but Mia didn't participate from beginning to end. Since they entered the meeting room and sat separately, her worried and distressed eyes have never left her husband. Because she was weird since childhood, and because of the day and night communication among so many trolls present, it seems that only she can truly understand some of Baki's nods and hesitations at this time. Under her worried gaze, Baki finally responded again. He slammed the gavel and attracted the attention of all the participants, then said, "Who is in charge of the combination experiment of marriage and private ownership? It was originally my proposal. After the proposal was passed, I was in charge for a period of time, and then it was transferred to the newly established Yausi for execution. It seems that Yia is in charge. I just put up the name of the relevant committee." Fang Shaman said. "What work did the committee do?" "Well, we initially agreed on the experimental method, and then trained Yausi for a few months. Now I occasionally look at the reports they submit." "I see. Yia, tell me how you work. How is the experiment carried out specifically?" "Mr. Speaker, we..." After Yia's statement, Baki, who has never liked to care about practical matters other than military affairs, learned about the relevant situation for the first time. The relevant experiments should start with the current distribution system of the tribe. The tribe is now implementing a relatively strict rationing system. Whether it is meat, fur, or fruit, the people's harvest will not become private property. The tribe will uniformly collect all outputs and convert them into warehouses for storage, and the people's daily needs will be opened regularly for unified distribution. In the past, because meat was difficult to store, this system was not strictly enforced. The trolls responsible for hunting brought back mostly what they had left over. But after the appearance of the refrigerator tree, the food rationing system became the most strictly implemented one. The tribe would collect all fresh prey every time, roughly process it, and then put it into the ice storage for storage. For the people, according to the amount required by each age group, the most recent frozen meat would be distributed as rations. But there is an exception to this rationing system, that is, the private ownership experimental family. The difference between the experimented and ordinary trolls lies mainly in the different prey distribution mode. They can obtain ownership of a certain proportion of the materials harvested by their hunting team. Among them, the food part will also be stored and kept, and automatically converted into the same weight of early frozen meat before distribution. But these experimental subjects will indeed have ownership of the corresponding weight of food in the reserve, and will be told how much food you have stored. In addition to food, the same applies to animal fur. Unlike other trolls who can only apply for new materials when their clothes are rotten or torn, the experimental subjects can withdraw their own portion at any time, and the tribe will not stipulate its specific use. According to Yia, after the implementation of this system, the production enthusiasm of these experimental families has increased a lot. Even on the rest days of their own hunting team, they are willing to squeeze in to help other hunting teams and get extra food. Even if these foods will eventually be stuffed into the cold storage, what they have in their hands, in addition to the daily rations, is the amount of increase that they are constantly informed of. But looking at the string of numbers that increase a little bit each time, they can also be happy for a long time. In addition, they will sew clothes more frequently and patiently. Sometimes the husband sews clothes and the wife goes hunting, and sometimes the wife sews clothes and the husband goes hunting. Then take these clothes, that are obviously more carefully made, or exchange them for more digital food with the tribe's warehouse, or other trolls who are too lazy to sew by themselves. And the couple today is one of nearly 10 such families. Let's get back to the point. The child was not the husband's, but she was pregnant before they got married, but they obviously didn't care. During the time when his wife was pregnant, the husband was responsible for hunting, while his wife was responsible for sewing and other production activities that the tribe allowed pregnant women to participate in to generate income. She would occasionally sew clothes with the furs given to her by other trolls and then exchange them for some processing fees. In short, compared with the couples in the previous life, their relationship is more like a special kind of colleague. With the help of each other, they live quite well. It's just that they seem to be too diligent, so diligent that they even forgot to take care of the children, which eventually led to today's situation. I came back too late, and there is only one chapter today. I'll talk quietly. This chapter has 3600 plus, and a little more can make up 2 small chapters of 2000 plus. So, can you round it up and count it as 2 chapters for me today? And give me some votes by the way. Chapter 81 Debate. What about the other experimental families? Have any of them given birth to children? No, but 2 families are confirmed to be pregnant. One has been pregnant for less than a year. It should be the couple's child. The other has been pregnant for 2 years, and like the previous couple, it is the cub of another male. Is that so? Blade Fang pondered for a moment and tapped his fingers lightly on the table, making the sound of dang 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 echo in the Parliament Hall that had once again quieted down. Tell me, what do you think? Regarding this case and this series of experiments, Fang Witch Doctor, you are the initiator. You go first. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I think this incident was just an accident caused by poor supervision, and it does not mean that the experiment itself is wrong. The officials should be punished. Of course, the members of our committee also made mistakes, and I'm willing to take the lead in taking responsibility. When Fang made this statement, the performances of the trolls below the stage were different. There are those who agree, such as Tuaya and Wuaya. There are those who disagree, such as Kuaya and Chuanaya. In addition, the 3 newly joined witch doctors, Noman and Finay, are still a little confused, as if they did not understand the whole situation at the first time. Koya Witch Doctor, what about you? I still oppose it. The lack of supervision is not because of the negligence of the officials, it is because the tribe does not have the environment to implement such changes. Neither we nor the people are really ready for change. Mr. Speaker, I'm not blaming anyone. I just want to ask a question to the original promoters, such as Fang Witch Doctor, Wuaya Witch Doctor, and ask for your permission. Ask. Okay, then I would like to ask Fang Witch Doctor, Wuaya Witch Doctor, as promoters of family, private ownership and single parent system, why didn't you establish a family in the more than 1 year since the proposal was made? Why don't you have private property? Why don't you raise your own children? I'm just not used to it. Fang Witch Doctor, who is always impatient, answered. So, what makes you think that other people can get used to it? Children? Parents? Families? Let alone ordinary people, even among us, who really agrees with this? Apart from Mr. Speaker and Ms. Miaya, who among you has tried it yourself? No one. Maybe someone did, but they didn't stick with it, right? When he said the last sentence, his eyes turned to several of the apprentices. They were all trolls who had been in pairs before, but eventually they broke up because they couldn't control their lower bodies. Yes, almost no matter male or female, they couldn't control their lower bodies. Yeah, as an executive officer of the company, I want to ask you, among those so-called experimental families, how many groups have truly lived up to their promise of mutual loyalty? Only 2 groups. The other 7 groups have all broken their promises, right? Yes. Such an obvious violation. Why didn't you report it? Or did you report it, but you didn't take it seriously, and the committee members who received your report didn't take it seriously either, so it was left unresolved. Yia glanced in the direction of Sharp Fang and opened his mouth to speak, but in the end he clenched his fist and lowered his head. Sharp Fang Witch Doctor was right. He did report it, but deep down he didn't really care about it, and Sharp Fang Witch Doctor seemed to have the same idea, so the clay tablet he handed in eventually fell into the sea. It seems that Executive Yia did report it. Sharp Fang Witch Doctor, is that right? Course Fang continued to question. Yes. I didn't pay enough attention to it. Mr. Speaker, I believe that in the family relationship formed between you and Ms. Maya, loyalty plays the most basic role as a bond. But you heard that even those of us witch doctors who claim to be smart and even have a high opinion of ourselves cannot really take loyalty to heart. In that case, then what is the need for these so-called families to exist? What is the difference between this new unit and our traditional one, which is based on what we now call comradeship, and the traditional relationship maintained by comradeship? Is it just to fix the small circles of varying numbers and intersections composed of male-male, male-female and female-female into new circles like loose sand, fixedly formed by two male and female trolls? Just so that they can raise children, and then let them die like today? Backy could hear the strong anger, confusion, and unwillingness in Coarse Fang's almost roaring voice. This troll, who was about to enter old age, had always been a gentle person for so many years. Even when he often quarreled with a sharp-fanged witch doctor, he was rarely seen losing his temper. Even if he couldn't win the argument, he would just sigh helplessly at most. But today, he was obviously a little different. Sorry, I seem to be a little excited. As if noticing back his observation, Coarse Teeth stopped speaking, stroked his chest, and took a few deep breaths before saying so. Well, I understand. Didn't I hit the troll before? Please continue and finish your thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Backy waved his hand, indicating that it was okay. Phew. All in all, I think this kind of fundamental institutional change should be left to time to emerge and evolve naturally, instead of forcing it through, based on our self-righteousness. This time a baby who shouldn't have been sacrificed died, but what about next time? Are we ready to pay a higher price? Mr. Speaker, I finished what I want to say. Mr. Speaker, I have an objection. Sharp Fang, who had been waiting impatiently, raised his hand and, with Backy's permission, began to refute Coarse Fang's opinion. How can you deny all the changes just because of the failure of one link? Yes, I admit that what you said is partly true about loyalty, family and raising children. We may not be ready for it. But what about the others? In the past year, there are 9 experimental families, a total of 18 trolls. Do you know how much their output is? Do you know how much their production efficiency has increased? Coarse Tooth, let me tell you. They produce almost the same materials that 25 trolls can normally produce. More food, finer clothes, and even charcoal that ordinary middle-aged men disdain to make, and pottery skills that they are unwilling to learn. They can take the initiative to learn and make them. Why is this? It's because of the private property system that you despise, and because we are actively promoting it. Now you say we are not ready yet, and you plan to erase all of this? I tell you, impossible. Natural evolution? If we rely on natural evolution, how can we have the life we have today? Are you planning to send the Noman and Finay tribes out too? Dang fanged witch doctor. Watch your words. Sorry, who stop saying things that hurt the feelings of our compatriots. Yes, I understand. Okay, continue. Yes, Mr. Coarse-Toothed Witch Doctor, if the tribe had not actively sought change, would it be what it is now? The hunter team system, the full-time combat soldier system, and even the important factor in our eyes, the new witch doctor system. Which of these is not the product of active change? But you deny all the changes, just because a child has died now? Then let me ask you, before these changes occurred, how many babies died in the days when the tribe was starving? If there had not been the discovery of the 3-year pregnancy, if there had not been a policy decision to protect pregnant women, how many children would have been aborted silently without us even knowing about it? Let me ask you, do you want to go back to that period? Back to the past, when you were insecure, ate raw meat and drank blood, and couldn't even speak clearly? But this is not a reason for us to ignore the status quo and forcibly change the system. It doesn't mean that, because more babies died in the past, we can take it for granted that the current one is acceptable. This is clearly a situation that can be avoided. Dang, seeing that the two of them had once again disregarded the meeting discipline and entered the stage of arguing with each other, Backy's gavel sounded again, interrupting this trend. Okay, although both witch doctors are motivated by public interest, they still have to abide by the meeting procedures. Yes, sorry, I was a little excited. Sorry, his proposal is really too much. Okay, I understand your opinions. Yeah. Is the production enthusiasm that the sharp-fanged witch doctor said really true? Yes, although other people are not lazy, those experimental families are indeed more diligent. During the argument between the two witch doctors, Ea, who had been shrinking his head and acting like a turtle, answered this way after Baki raised the question. Really? I see. Two witch doctors, and everyone else. Do you remember what the old witch doctor said before? The participants looked at each other after hearing this, not knowing what Baki was referring to. It should be the last meeting that the old witch doctor attended before. I remember it very clearly. He said that Sharp Fang was too radical and Coarse Fang was too conservative. I think your argument now is a replica of that time. Let me tell you what I think. The previous experiments were indeed too hasty. I agree with the opinion of Coarse Fang Witch Doctor on this point. Mr. Speaker, don't be anxious, Sharp Fang Witch Doctor. Please wait for me to finish. The Middle Witch Doctor, who still wanted to argue, stopped talking for the time being and waited for Baki to continue speaking. But, what the sharp-fanged witch doctor said, the experiment of social change, is beneficial to us, is also my opinion. Since there are benefits, we should not kill them all with one stick. Discover problems and correct them. This is the meaning of experiments. Well, since it is indeed helpful to improve production enthusiasm, the family experiment and private ownership experiment can continue. But the people are indeed not prepared for raising children. In this case, the concept of family will temporarily remain on couples. All protection policies for couples will be retained, but all additional benefits such as married people being the first to get tree houses will be cancelled. But the children born by them will continue to be raised by the tribe in accordance with the previous system. But, what about married females? Asked Jia, the executive officer of specific affairs. Give them temporary accommodation in the nursing area to raise their children. Even if they are working for the tribe will bear the extra food consumption caused by her breastfeeding. Mr. Speaker, the rough-fanged witch doctor applied to speak again, and Blade Fang took a look and nodded in agreement. Mr. Speaker, I think private ownership may indeed be beneficial to the promotion of production enthusiasm, but at the same time, isn't it unfair to other people? They also work hard in production activities such as hunting and gathering, but they have to hand over all their harvests to the tribe. But these families participating in the private ownership experiment have enjoyed the benefits of the policy without any risks. In the long run, will the people become hostile to these special ones? Well, I have also noticed this, and I'm going to talk about it next. I made it in time for a date today. Hahaha. Sorry, there is only one chapter, because the night will be very long. The girl has been complaining that I ignored her when I came back, and I should make it up to her next. Hey, fly rubbing hands, give me some votes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, Revision and New Achievements. Baki's idea is very simple. Remove the bad parts and promote the good parts. First, abolish the private raising system, and all children in the tribe will be raised uniformly according to the tradition of public raising. Secondly, neither encourage nor oppose the marriage system, and everything should be based on the principle of voluntariness. For trolls who are willing to get married, only protection of mating rights will be given, no special subsidies for material treatment, and pseudo-families that cannot be loyal to each other will be strictly banned, so that they can return to the traditional way of getting along among trolls. Finally, the tribe will launch a coin made of steel and wood, with face values such as 1, 5, and 10 engraved on the front, and a troll head on the back, and the unit of currency is rice. A coin with a face value of 1 rice will represent the daily food intake of mature troll. Each coin can be exchanged for a pancake-shaped frozen food mixed with 50% pure meat, 30% plant food, and 20% fat. The realization of this idea is not difficult in manufacturing, as long as a few steel and wood trees specially used for producing coins are transformed. Even processes such as carving and engraving coin values can be completed directly during the production process. since secondary processing of steel and wood is quite difficult, and primitive tools cannot even make a scratch. Concerns about counterfeit coins will not arise for quite a long time, unless the witch doctors are willing to take the initiative to forge. The so-called meal coin system will be divided into two aspects in its specific implementation. First, the basic guarantee part. The tribe must guarantee the most basic food needs of each troll, and at least a coin with a total face value of 40 rice must be issued to the middle-aged trolls every month, and how to issue coins for other age groups will depend on subsequent discussions. Second, the production encouragement part. The output of the hunting team will be divided into two parts, 70% of the public warehouse and 30% of the private warehouse tentative. Among them, the public warehouse part will be collected in the name of pension and child care tax, war preparedness tax, combat soldier salary, strategic reserve, IQ tax, witch doctor innovation reward, management tax, public trolls salary, processing tax, etc., and bear the corresponding expenses of the tax name, and the private warehouse part will pay the corresponding food coins according to the net weight ratio, after processing as a production reward for the hunting team members. In addition, non-food production activities such as shipbuilding, clothing, pottery, and carbon making will also be given food coins as rewards in addition to basic guarantees according to the principle of piecework. In principle, the issuance of food coins should be linked to the total food reserve of the tribe. In theory, as many food coins as there are food, you can issue as many food coins. Of course, in the early stage, there may not be a need for so many food coins. In addition to being able to exchange for food, rice coins will also serve as general equivalents in the process of exchanging other materials. However, the specific value of each material still needs to be slowly explored in practice. For example, how many meals is a piece of clothing worth? How to measure the difference between shorts and short skirts, etc. Baki has high expectations for ice coins. He wants to try whether the tribe can directly skip the precious metal stage, which has no shadow, and directly enter the stage of food-based currency. Failure is actually okay, because at this stage, the tribe does not need to consider the issue of government credibility at all, as long as the trolls do not starve to death. On the contrary, if the trial is successful in the tribe, he is also ready to issue large value rice coins for large transactions between tribes, such as 100 rice and 1000 rice. If necessary, he can also issue rice coins with the total storage amount of a refrigerator tree as the basis. As for the exchange standard, it can be either an honest one warehouse equals 7000 rice, or an excessive one warehouse equals 1000 rice. As for whether this little thing can be used to keep the food safety of other tribes in the hands of the Yabu, it depends on how the tribe will operate in the future. In the current situation, Baki's proposals can always get support, and this proposal is naturally not surprising. It was passed after a little polishing. Time passed slowly, the dead baby storm gradually subsided, and the development of the tribe continued. About 2 months later, the cavalry team that went to the northeast returned. They brought a map drawn by the accompanying apprentices, so that the tribe had a specific plan for the choice of the riverside station. In addition, they also figured out the location of the enemy Kabi tribe, just waiting for the tribe's heavenly soldiers to come. After a while, the apprentices who went east to negotiate with the three tribes also returned successfully under the escort of the accompanying hunting team, and brought back the corresponding good news. Knowing that they were defeated, the three tribes had agreed to the Yabu's food for prisoners plan. These were all things that had been expected for a long time, and there was really nothing to be surprised about. But there was another achievement that made the whole council excited. That is, the apprentice Chuan Yab was officially promoted to a witch doctor. The council hall held a simple ceremony to welcome the birth of the 13th official witch doctor of the tribe. At the welcome party, Chuan Ya told the participants about his journey in the eyes of relief or envy. He said that in the process of studying shipbuilding, he was very frustrated because of the failure of inviting witch doctors to join many times. Finally, after thinking hard, he realized that it is better to ask for help from others than to ask for help from others. As the saying goes, since other witch doctors have no time to help, can't I become a witch doctor myself? Of course, this is just a joke. There is no epiphany in the promotion of apprentices. His success is more due to the accumulation of talent and hard work. According to tradition, when each witch doctor is promoted, he will publish a paper related to the innovation of magic runes as the beginning of his journey as a witch doctor. Chuan Yao is no exception. At the regular seminar, he published an article entitled Plant Transformation, Integrated Forming of Keel, and explained it in The Whisper of the Fanged Witch Doctor, another plant series. He compared and analyzed the effects of different woods on the ship's keel, and obtained many important parameters that affect the performance of the keel, such as water buoyancy, density, corrosion resistance, etc. And then through simulation calculations, he introduced an optimal keel wood selection standard. Up to this point, it was actually just some work that could be completed during the apprenticeship stage, and it was indeed the product of his research with the joint efforts of him and other apprentices. But afterwards, according to the range of the inferred values, Chuan Yari selected a kind of wood that was closest to the ideal value, and redefined the content of the plant transformation ritual through rune design, creating a new magic plant for the tribe, keel wood. At this point, it is undoubtedly a field that can only be completed by witch doctors. The first update. There should be another update later today. Give some votes. Chapter 83. The concept of ship teeth and the beginning of the construction of the station. Speaking of dragon bone wood, its idea is actually similar to that of the military tree, or in other words, its regeneration structure is clearly copied from the regeneration warehouse rune template of the military tree, but the product is changed from steel wood to dragon bone wood. In other words, this innovation is not an innovation in the model, but an innovation in the material. A dragon bone tree can currently produce half a 30-meter long best dragon bone per month, and it also has a wide range of subsequent transformation space. By adjusting the size of the tree and other factors, it is expected to become a real factory in the future. But his idea did not stop there. Chuan Ya proposed a further plan in the first rune meeting he attended with formal voting rights. Can we use the same model to produce other components of the ship? When building a ship, if we skip the steps of felling and processing, and only carry out assembly of incoming parts, we should be able to save a lot of time. This is a good idea, and it can indeed save a lot of time on the production line. After pondering for a moment, Baki tapped the table with his fingertips and spoke slowly, but the time saved on the front line does not disappear out of thin air, but is transferred from the workers to the witch doctors. Exploring new materials, finding appropriate original species, modifying runes, and producing corresponding finished products will all take up our time, thereby compressing the progress of other research. Moreover, they are not as irreplaceable as refrigerator trees, nor are they like keels, which can greatly improve the performance of ships. Most of them are just jobs that can be completed by piling up labor. Shanghai Witch Doctor, it doesn't seem to be worth it for the witch doctors to stop their respective research. At least not under the current conditions. After Baki finished speaking, he saw that Shanghai was disappointed. He pondered for a moment and continued, how about this? The traditional production model should not be changed for the time being. At least before this batch of captives are sent back, we have to make the best use of it, right? It's not that we are completely unwilling to help. First of all, dragon bone wood is an extremely important new material, and you have given a very complete specific preparation plan. The follow-up is just a rote copy, and the manufacturing is far less complicated than the refrigerator tree or the fruit tree. For this kind of magical plant with ready-made templates, I think all the witch doctors, including me, are willing to take out the time to concentrate on manufacturing a batch. Don't you agree? I'm willing. Don't be too much, just don't ask. 10 or 15 days is still feasible. Baki has said this, and the other witch doctors can only agree reluctantly. That's great. As for the other ship-tooth witch doctors, you have been working hard. If you can come up with one or several component manufacturing solutions that have a great impact on the performance of the ship and cannot be completed by simply piling up labor, we will also lend a hand appropriately. Okay. Your Excellency, I now have a follow-up idea, and am willing to complete all the preliminary work. Oh. What do you think? It's the cells. If it is powered solely by oars, it has more maneuverability than long distance travel. If the wind power can be utilized as you said, the sailing efficiency, load bearing capacity and other aspects will usher in a qualitative leap. Have you studied how to place the sails specifically, and how to utilize wind power from different directions? Yes, Your Excellency, we have conducted experiments on the pocket ship, and calculated the adjustment value after synchronous amplification. At least in the initial application, there will be no problems. Well, it's very efficient. Is there no substitute for the sails? Do we have to use new materials involving magic? Well, we have conducted research. On the pocket boat, we use sails made of a mixture of plant fibers and animal hair. The effect is okay. But if it is to be placed on a large ship, the area of the sail will have to be enlarged dozens of times. The weaving requirements of sails are extremely high, and a lot of consumables are also required. If it is purely handmade, there is almost no prospect in terms of efficiency and cost. So, I plan to find a plant fiber with characteristics such as lightness and toughness, and use plant transformation techniques to make it one-piece molding, thus eliminating a lot of consumables and weaving time. What do you think of this idea? I think it's feasible. Is there anything else? Yes. There is also a waterproof coating. The current preparation method consumes a lot of stone powder, animal fat, plant fiber, and hair. Moreover, the boiling process is also cumbersome and lengthy, and it consumes a lot of charcoal. I wonder if it is possible to transform those plants that can secrete oil by themselves, first change the characteristics of their secretions, and then increase the secretion of a single plant. In this way, we will have a steady supply of natural waterproof coating that can be harvested repeatedly. Baki nodded again when he heard this. He really thought this was a feasible idea, but because he had already forced the witch doctors to nod once on the issue of making dragon bone trees, he had to take their opinions into consideration this time. So, he looked at the other witch doctors and asked, "What do you think? Are these two materials worth our efforts?" After a long silence, Coarse Teeth replied with a wry smile, If Witch Doctor Ship Teeth has completed all the preparatory work, I'm willing to help make the finished product." Okay, it sounds like a necessary sacrifice. I agree. Sharp Teeth followed suit and expressed his opinion. Miaya, Tuaya, Wuaya and other witch doctors also expressed their approval one after another. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. I will definitely work hard. Ship Teeth, who has completely fallen in love with shipbuilding, expressed his gratitude excitedly after hearing this. Well, you don't have to be like this. After all, it's all for the tribe. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I understand. Let's move on to the next topic. After that, the meeting continued for a while and discussed and passed several resolutions. The first is the new stronghold along the Black River, which has officially entered the development stage. The specific implementation plan is as follows. A witch doctor will take a boat to the first selected stronghold, accompanied by 70 full-time soldiers, and as much food as possible. After the fleet, only 2 paddle boats, arrives, the cargo is unloaded, the trolls return again, and 100 hunters, a few witch doctor apprentices, and food set out from the tribe again. During the fleet's return voyage, the witch doctor will plant refrigerated trees and use magic to build preliminary walls, fences and other protective projects. The soldiers are responsible for protecting the settlement and refrigerated trees at the most vulnerable stage, as well as the safety of the witch doctor after the fleet arrives at the first settlement for the second time. It will leave the hunter team and apprentices responsible for the subsequent construction, and instead carry the witch doctor and soldiers to the second selected settlement. At the second settlement, the witch doctor and soldiers are dropped off, and then return to the tribe again, to transport more follow-up labor and materials. Then the third and fourth strongholds. In this way, the fleet will transport a total of 40 hunting teams and hundreds of tons of food reserves in batches to 5 strongholds set along the way, 3 days apart by water. These trolls and supplies will become the initial development guarantee, and strive to expand on the foundation laid by the witch doctor, and protect the areas they are responsible for. When these strongholds become usable, it will be the opportunity for the tribe to expand again. By then, almost the entire Black Forest will be truly exposed to the fangs of the headquarters. Second update, votes give some votes. Chapter 84, the results of practicing for several months and minor conflicts. The construction of a stronghold is not something that can be done overnight. Even with the participation of witch doctors, it will take at least half a year for a total of 5 riverside strongholds to be usable. After dealing with some fixed matters, and using the spell templates given by Chuanya to transform 4 or 5 dragon bone tree species for the tribe, Baki picked up his own practice again. In the tree house and meditation room, Baki and Mia were idle that day. The 2 trolls each occupied half of the meditation room, and entered the practice. Baki's practice requires light, so he almost does not wear clothes. His muscular body sits cross-legged naked. The purple diamond area on his body is centered on the chest, with a horizontal and vertical line crossing the chest muscles and inserting diagonally into the ribs, connecting the throat above and the big bird below, forming a cross with a purple glow, while adding a layer of mystery to the tall body. It is also constantly attracting the partner opposite, making her distracted and swallowing her saliva from time to time. Baki was not self-conscious. They were already an old couple, and he did not think that walking his bird at home was a big deal. Besides, wasn't this for cultivation? What a serious matter. In recent months, although the electronic transition meditation was intermittent, the area where the mutation occurred was able to operate autonomously and even actively render inward. Therefore, Baki did not make any progress in cultivation. The floodlight layer that originally only appeared on the surface of the body has slowly begun to penetrate under the skin and gradually spread to the muscle fibers. The difference between the new and old muscles brought Baki a brand new feeling. During meditation, he kept observing the difference between the muscles in the purple mutation area and the muscles in the unchanged area. How to say it is that the muscle fibers seem to have become tougher and less bloated. Moreover, I always feel that my control over that area seems to be more sensitive. Baki was not sure about the last point. He thought that he should have trained the wrong troll muscles, which are generally composite strip fibers. In a muscle as thick as a little finger, there are densely packed lower level fibers, all of which are long strips that are connected to nowhere. Nowadays, the diamond-shaped mutation layer spreading from the body surface actually has little effect on the complete fiber bundle. If we use an analogy, it is like a 10-kilometer long lane. You widen and reinforce 100 meters of it, and also pave asphalt, and add fences to make it a section of highway. It looks good, but it is actually useless. However, the benefits of the first 2 are obvious. Tighter and tougher muscle fibers, not to mention how much change they can bring to their strength, endurance, etc. Just talking about shaping, there are already unlimited possibilities. The overdeveloped back muscles of the troll have always been a pain in Blade's heart. It's ugly enough to be long, and it's even uglier to be hunched over all day, right? So the next step is to start from the back and try to straighten his waist and back. In addition, because he had practiced for such a long time without any problems, he taught Mia the new meditation method some time ago, preparing to upgrade the couple. It is said that there is no time in the mountains, and in fact, there is no time in the tribe. In the next few months, Baki and Mia spent most of their time together, except for attending necessary meetings. They either rolled on the big bed, or encouraged each other in the meditation room, and the days passed very comfortably. During this time, Baki's practice also made great progress. Perhaps because of the previous preparation, the various tissues in his body seemed to have a yearning for the high energy form, coupled with the integration of will in the meditation space. This meditation went exceptionally smoothly. On his back, dots of purple light first appeared on the surface, and then gradually connected into one piece. First, the outer layer of the spine skin completely turned purple, and then began to spread to both sides, and gradually on the latissimus dorsi, a gradient layer appeared, like wings closing together. Then, the trapezius muscle and the round shoulder muscle, and finally, below, the waist was also included in the scope of mutation. When training, Baki was basically only responsible for the changes on the surface of the body, and the inner muscle layer was always only slowly changing under the joint effect of the surface. In this way, it was faster, but it also produced some unexpected effects. Baki stood up, naked, and posed a few bodybuilding moves, feeling the subtle changes in his body. The skin on my back is a little stretched. At this time, his entire back had turned into a shimmering purple. The skin that had changed became tighter and tougher than before, but the muscles inside were only at a very basic level. If it weren't for the fact that his mutated skin had better tension, it would have been torn apart by the overly bloated muscles inside. He changed a few more positions and tried to swing his fists a few times, and he noticed the incoordination of his body, especially when he exerted force. His entire back was as tight as a stretched drum skin. Although he was not damaged in the battle, he was always thinking about whether it will crack and so on, which undoubtedly made him hesitate when he took action. Point: the riverside stronghold seems to be almost built. What should we do about the Gabi tribe strategy? You can stay in the tribe at ease. It's just a small tribe of a few hundred trolls. You don't have to go out. Maya, who was opposite, heard her husband's mumbling and rolled her eyes and said, so. That's right, let them handle it themselves. Baki, who was originally worried about whether the other trolls could do well, immediately gave up after hearing his wife's words. He decided to concentrate on finishing the training first. How's your progress? Did you change your meditation method successfully? The wife used the geometric meditation method of the old witch doctor when she advanced. This meditation method is easy to use, but relatively mediocre in all aspects. In terms of studying plant-based spells, it is not as good as the meditation method of the Great Witch Doctor. In terms of studying magic beast spells, it is not as good as the meditation method of the Middle Witch Doctor. And in terms of body integration, it is not as good as the troll body meditation method developed by Baki. At this stage, in addition to the enlightenment of the Witch Doctor's path, there are no other applicable prospects for the geometric meditation method in the tribe. Therefore, before changing to the electronic jump meditation method this time, Maya decided to follow her husband's path first. In fact, there is no harsh condition of no turning back in the choice of meditation method. When she stands higher in the future, she can completely integrate a meditation method that suits her best for specialization. Therefore, Maya's decision was not difficult. It has already been successful. I started laying the foundation for the transition a few days ago. So fast. Well, after breaking up the original meditation method, only the meditation space has become invalid, and the mental power that has been trained will not disappear. Relying on the Witch Doctor level mental power to reshape the meditation space again, it is actually quite simple. Just like the original Witch Doctor's job transfer to the new Witch Doctor? Almost, but because I already have the theoretical foundation, it will be faster than them. That's good. By the way, where are you going to start practicing? Shaping? Can you give me some advice? Well, I think you are already very beautiful. You don't need to start with shaping. Start with improving your strength. Haha. Hypocritical male. Maya pouted and mocked. Really? Just say it when I ask you to. Although Maya is a beautiful troll with congenital defects, no matter how defective she is still a troll. She believes that there are many areas that can be improved, such as big, thin, curled, and long. The couple had lived together for so long, and although her husband had never shown it, she had already figured out Baki's true aesthetic tendency. In addition, she herself had never liked the troll style aesthetic. Now that there was a way to shape her body without losing strength or even improving it, this beauty-loving female troll naturally couldn't just sit there and watch. So did I really say it? He. Squeak. The little girl actually learned to say he. Baki thought so in his heart, but he was also slightly excited. When he played online games in his previous life, the wife pinching part was always his favorite part, and now he always had a strange sense of deja vu. Like this. Fangs. Let's make the fangs smaller first. Remember those little blood-sucking guys? Baki was talking about a small bat-like creature with long and thin fangs, which generally lived in dark caves. Change it to that. Slender, small, don't protrude the mouth, but don't make it disappear completely, just keep it that size. It's there, but it won't destroy the shape of the mouth. After saying that, he looked down at his wife. At this time, the two trolls were standing one on top of the other, and from Baki's angle, he couldn't see the expression on Maya's face. She lowered her head and tilted her ears. Although she didn't say anything, it seemed that she wanted him to continue talking. Baki, who had already started talking, couldn't stop talking anymore. He rubbed his hands like a fly, smiled, and continued to chatter. The collarbone should be concave, the back should be straight, the waist should be thin and the hips should be perky, the legs should be round and slender, and there should be a sense of muscle lines. The belly button should be slender and oval, the waistline should be lined, the chest should be pointed and long, but smaller. After he finished this long list of requests and the excitement passed, he realized that the atmosphere around him was a little wrong. Baki looked down and found that Mia had kept her head down for a long time. It seemed that, since he started to make requests, she never moved again. With a thump in his heart, he squatted down carefully and looked at his wife's face. He immediately felt a piercing pain. Mia's eyes were red and tears were rolling in her eyes, but she was forced not to let them fall. It was not until she saw Baki approaching that she turned her head away, and the tears could not help but flow down as she moved her head. Mia, what's wrong with you? So, there are so many things about me that you are not satisfied with. Mia twisted her body to avoid looking at him and just said in a somewhat aggrieved voice. Even though she had already vaguely known it, she was still a little sad when she really said it out loud. I was joking. How can meditation be so magical? I just wanted to piss you off. Since you have said it, you must be concerned about whether it is hard to endure for so many years. You have to deal with an ugly female like me every day. This time, there was a clear tone of crying in her voice. Baki found that he seemed to be a little too proud of himself. He quickly went forward to hug Mia and tried his best to make amends. How could it be? Look at how ugly I am. Look at the other females in the tribe. Who can be prettier than you? If it weren't for you, I would have been single for the rest of my life. Really? I had planned to never mate before, until you showed up. That's what I thought. Humph. Why do you have so many requirements? You obviously think I'm not beautiful enough. Hearing this rebuttal, that was obviously more confident, and no longer self-pitying, Baki breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, fortunately, she is a troll, and is naturally generous. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to coax her. But he still didn't stop saying nice things and continued to bite the tip of Mia's ear and said, my requirements are all based on you. They are the visions of the future of our race. He didn't lie about this. Mia was indeed the troll closest to his ideal standard. Just think about it, in the future all trolls will want to become what you are now, and you will have become more beautiful. Then you will be Ashura, the light of light. The place where my life belongs. Virtue, who wants to be your place. 3600 plus today is the real start of school. Many classes this semester have become face-to-face classes. It feels so troublesome that I have to go to school specially. It's more convenient to use the online classes before I can listen to them at home. Chapter 85 Selection of Military Witch Doctors. Gabi is just a small tribe. After inspecting the tribe's preparations, Baki decided to let them do it on their own. To be honest, since the army will not be back for a month after leaving, there are really few witch doctors in the tribe who are willing to waste time to follow the army. Baki, who has always been keen on personal expedition, has been visibly addicted to practice and beauty during this period. The witch doctors have long guessed that he does not intend to go out in person this time. But the expedition cannot be without witch doctors. Therefore, the witch doctors have been basically worried recently, worrying whether this unlucky task will fall on their heads. In this way, the parliament fell into endless wrangling over the issue of who should be given this quota. Several times, they wanted to push this task to Coarse Teeth, but they never succeeded. The sharp-toothed witch doctor may have been impatient with the conversation and rolled his eyes and mentioned vaguely, this expedition seems to be very different. Oh, why does the sharp-toothed witch doctor say that? A witch doctor answered, we used to go by land, but this time we are going by water. We've built 10 30-meter class large paddle boats in the past 6 months, right? Indeed, I heard from Ship's Tooth that the keel is more than enough, and it's all finished products that can be used directly without processing. Unfortunately, the production capacity of other components can't keep up. Yes, waterproof coating, ribs, and hull plates are all in short supply, but I've already made some progress in mass production of waterproof coating. That's good news, but I'm not at ease. Seeing that Ship's Tooth was finally willing to answer, Sharp Tooth said with a worried look, Tooth, who was several meters away from him, turned his head away with some annoyance when he saw him like this, but unexpectedly did not interrupt him, but let him play. What do you want to say? Ship's Tooth Witch Doctor was a little confused. He has always been the most concerned about shipbuilding, and he hates to see other trolls show that they have no confidence in the ship. I'm not targeting you. You know our physical condition. It's too easy to have accidents in the water. If something goes wrong with the fleet this time, and the accompanying witch doctor doesn't handle it properly, I'm afraid people will lose confidence in land and water transportation. What if everyone doesn't want to take a boat in the future? Then what's the point of studying shipbuilding? Chuanaya, you should change your career and think about land navigation. These words revealed the real purpose of the plan. Chuanaya knew it was a trap, but he had to jump into it. The witch doctors who attended the meeting pretended to be indifferent and talked about other topics, but in fact, they all focused on Chuanaya. He looked worried and struggling at first, and then he gritted his teeth and said, I will follow the fleet in person, and will never let anything go wrong. Okay. It is most reasonable for Chuanaya to go. Yes, I think so too. I'm worried about other witch doctors wanting to go. That's right, Mr. Speaker, let's vote quickly. After he said this, the other witch doctors stopped talking, and their expressions turned from cloudy to sunny. They all began to quickly make a conclusion on Chuanaya, as if they were afraid that he would go back on his word. Even the witch doctor Coarse Teeth, who always had political differences with Sharp Teeth, showed an expression to the witch doctor I won't care this time. Sharp Teeth snorted coldly, secretly cursed him for being hypocritical, and turned his head away and ignored him. Haha, okay, since Funea has recommended himself, let's vote. Baki was naturally happy to see this happen, and immediately presided over the meeting, and entered the voting stage. The result was self-evident, that it was passed unanimously. After the meeting, Baki ran into Funea with a sad face on his way back to the treehouse. He originally planned to turn a corner and pretend that he didn't see it, but the witch doctor was a troll after all, and his ears were so sensitive. How could Baki escape? Mr. Speaker, I saw you. Baki had no choice but to put on a polite smile, change his body that had almost completed the turn, and walk towards Funea as if nothing had happened. What a coincidence. Witch Doctor Funea, why didn't you go to the laboratory? I'm waiting for you again. Oh my god, it turned out that it wasn't a coincidence, and he really came here to block me. What's wrong? What's the matter? Why didn't you say it in the council hall just now? Baki asked as if he couldn't guess what he was going to do. Well, that's right. You really don't plan to lead the team yourself? Although the Kabi tribe is small, its geographical location is related to the overall strategy of the tribe. I feel that I'm still too young, and I feel that the water is too deep to grasp. It would be more reassuring if you come in person. Baki glanced at him and thought, it's not easy to lead the team. It's only been a few years. These witch doctors are not pure. Old and young have all grown up with a cunning mind. Don't give me these fancy tricks. Just speak clearly if you have something to say, he said a little unhappily. Funaga was not too thick-skinned, but this one move broke his defense. He lowered his head and stammered, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. I'm just seeing that the research on my hands is about to succeed. I don't know how long it will take to go on the expedition, and I feel a little unwilling. So you turn around and trick me? Well, that's not what I meant. I just think you seem to be more interested in this aspect. Well, forget it. Just follow me. Baki put one arm around Funaga's neck and took him to the treehouse. Since his training, Baki has grown a lot in both length and width. Funaga, among the middle-aged trolls, is not too outstanding in size, just less than 3 meters. In front of Baki, he was as weak as a sub-adult troll and was forcibly dragged towards the treehouse with almost no resistance. Ah. Don't do this. Don't do this. Let's talk it over. Funea struggled feebly, not knowing whether he was afraid of being beaten or afraid of Baki's indifference to meat and vegetables. Baki's free hand scraped his scalp and yelled, shut up. In the treehouse, Baki controlled the small living room to the top of the tree and opened 3 windows, making the dim room bright. There were some fruits and food in front of them, and the 2 trolls sat cross-legged across the table. At this time, Funea's expression had relaxed a lot, but he still looked cautious. Shanya, are you blaming the Sharp Fang Witch Doctor and us? Don't dare. Somewhat, but not too much. Well, you know the situation in the tribe. No one has any ill intentions. They just can't put down the work at hand. Don't be afraid to say it. I came up to you, just to have a good talk. If you are allowed to leave reluctantly, I won't be at ease, right? So, tell me what's in your heart, don't hold it in. What if I really tell you? You won't hit me? Tell me, when did I fight in the tribe? The time when the kid died before. Stop talking nonsense, tell me quickly. You're not being pretentious. Okay, I know everyone is busy, but I have things to do on my hands too. Why should shipbuilding be delayed? Chapter 86, Setting Sail. Chuanaya, it's not that researching shipbuilding is not important, but you are really the most suitable person for this time. Even you say so. Chuanaya had an expression that said, I don't believe you. You are just looking for an excuse and pulling out a troll to take the blame. Really not. Think about it. You are planning to install sails on the boat in the future, right? Yes. Then you have to go. The Bay and He River basins we passed through this time happen to be our main routes for a long time in the future, don't you think? Most of the tribes in the Black Forest are within the radiation range of this waterway. Do you think it's right or wrong? Yes. Then don't you plan to experience the changes in wind direction along the way for yourself? The sails are not just hung on the boat, we need to adjust its direction at any time according to the wind direction to get the most wind power, right? Yes. Look, if you don't take this trip, how can you figure out how to install the sails? The position of the mast, the reserve twist direction of the sails, the mounting angles of different sails, all of these must be supported by first-hand information. Do you think it's right or not? You are right, it seems to be the case. So, research is not about thinking behind closed doors in a laboratory. You have to go out more often to make faster progress. It's not just these known waterways. You have never been curious about what kind of place the White River continues to flow southward? Aren't you curious about what kind of place the White River flows northward and the Black River flows eastward? Do they have a hydrological environment that is very different from that of known areas? Curiosity. Not only are you curious, I'm curious too. I'm curious about what it looks like there, whether there are unknown civilizations there, and whether it will become our territory. So, Chuan Yap, your mission is not as simple as shipbuilding, but the farther and broader vision brought by shipbuilding. God will bestow great responsibilities on this troll. What you think is a waste of time today is not necessarily a waste of time. Who knows, it may be for a better future. Remember, your research is more important to the tribe than the Holy Mountain. Yes, I understand. I will work hard. After sending off Funea, who was pumped with a lot of enthusiasm and kept patting his chest and saying I will definitely fulfill my mission, Baki rubbed his brows tiredly and sighed secretly that it's not easy to be a leader. It is true that every witch doctor is a treasure of the tribe, and their research is also the ladder to heaven of the tribe. Baki, who sits in the speaker seat and is almost equivalent to the decision-making core of the tribe, is absolutely unwilling to be biased towards any of them. He must always keep the bowl even. Maya, who left the conference hall, did not go back with Baki, but turned to her own research room and went home after understanding the progress of some of the work assigned to the apprentices. As soon as she came back, she found that a large branch was missing from the tree canopy. Looking up, she realized that the small living room had been moved to the top. She walked through the tree-lined path and kept climbing upwards. As soon as she entered the small living room, she saw her husband sighing. Look at you. Who has upset our great pioneer? Who else could it be? You guys? Everyone pushed the issue of the witch doctor to others, and I had to come forward to appease them in the end. Maya twisted her waist and walked slowly to the back of Baki and knelt down. She gently took her husband's head and let it lie steadily on her thighs. While pressing, she said softly, okay, you appease them, and I will appease you, okay? I will make sure that you, the speaker, can relax completely tonight. TSK. You said it the other way around. Ouch. Be gentle. Who's relaxing? Me. I'm relaxing. Yeah, so good. 5 days later, at the river beach dock, 10 30-meter class paddle boats were ready and could go out at any time. Since a large amount of food and other supplies had long been transported to the frontline garrison, therefore, the ships for this expedition were only fully loaded with weapons and trolls to ensure that the maximum number of troops could be deployed at one time. Funa was the last one to board the ship. Before leaving, he looked at his laboratory by the dock reluctantly. He kept mumbling to his apprentices who had been following him, saying things like research can't stop, our mission is great, you have to be strong. In the end, Baki couldn't stand it anymore, so he grabbed Funa by the neck and threw him onto the ship, which prevented the impatient old men on the ship from rushing down to tie him up. Hey. Ha. Hey. Ha. The huge oars quickly flipped up and down and back and forth amid the shouts of the troll rowers. The big oars went in and out of the water, driving the boats under them slowly forward. The White River flows from north to south, and the Black River flows from east to west, which means that they were almost going against the current all the way. But under the frequent and huge power of these small human-powered motors, the boats soon sped away again, twisting the waves and gradually disappearing in the sight of the trolls who were seeing them off. Baki climbed up the high ground beside the river beach. He watched the fleet riding the wind and breaking the waves, slowly getting smaller in his sight, full of pride and worry. If I remember correctly, this was the first expedition of the tribe without him. An arm wrapped around his arm, and his partner's soft voice sounded in his ears. Don't worry, everything will go well. The tribe has grown, and you don't have to be as cautious as watching over a baby. Baki let out a long breath and put his heart back in his stomach for the time being. Haha, this is just the beginning. At most, you have grown from a baby to a teenager. I will have headaches in the future. Maya is now a head shorter than her increasingly strong husband. She looked up at the male who pretended to be relaxed and said in a gentle tone, well, you are right. Baki looked down and saw that his partner's eyes were smart and moist. There were two shining purple marks extending from under the eyelids, which were wide at the top and pointed at the bottom and disappeared into the cheeks. This kind of exotic beauty wrapped in mystery and wildness is becoming more and more attractive day by day. Involuntarily, he lowered his head and kissed the purple, and as always, he felt a slight tingling sensation between his lips and tongue. He didn't know how many times he had experienced this feeling since Mia's meditation practice began to show results, but this time, somehow, Baki had some enlightenment. I finally understand. The worries disappeared for the time being, and there were only the couple on this high ground, so Baki felt relaxed, and what he understood at this time was not a serious thing. What did you understand? Mia thought her husband was talking about something serious. Although she didn't understand why he had such a mean smile, she still asked patiently. To be honest, Baki was not ugly, but he was definitely fierce. This kind of smile on his face was not harmonious, no matter how you looked at it, but Mia didn't say it. Mia felt that she was not like the greedy male opposite who seemed to be dissatisfied with her in every way, even if he said you are beautiful. Everything about her husband, she was satisfied with from the bottom of her heart. I understand why you want me to turn that thing purple first. It's exciting, right? Give me some votes. Chapter 87 The beginning of totem research. News from the front line will not come quickly. The fleet will travel upstream and stop for supplies along the way. It will take at least more than 20 days to reach the destination. Just as Baki was meditating and waiting for news, Fang Witch Doctor came to visit one day. After a brief exchange, Baki realized that Fang had analyzed part of the principle of the wind-walking technique of the wind wolf. This time, as he said before, he came to seek help. Fang's meditation method was derived from the wolf type. Just like Baki can use a troll body meditation method to think about the operation of a real troll body, logically, he should be able to simulate the wolf type monster in his mind. This is indeed the case, but Fang has a flaw. He is a troll, not a wolf. No matter how smoothly the simulation in the meditation space goes, as long as he does not really understand the body structure of the wolf-type monster, and it is not a simple combination of organs, his simulation will always remain at the level of flowers in the mirror and the moon and the well, which will be very different from reality. Moreover, the I think research method is not available to him. At least for the time being. Baki can use, I think, because his meditation method is highly compatible with his body, and when the base is built, the relevant operation logic is added, which can achieve the two-way linkage of the spirit in the body. Fang naturally does not have this condition. He can't rely on meditation to drive his own changes like Baki, or rely on his own changes to affect the meditation space in turn. This is why his research can only be carried out in the first half, and the second half must involve Baki. But this so-called first half is actually not like the game that failed to bypass the linkage mechanism. Fang relied on the incomplete wolf form in the meditation space, plus the real wolf form learned through dissection and other means, and combined the two to create a castrated system. The system includes a series of articles, which describe the concepts of magic core, circuit, magic pattern and totem respectively, explore in detail the interaction mechanism between the magic core and the body of the monster, and propose the means of realizing circuit magic patternization and the related conjectures of magic pattern totemization. What Blade will do next is the research on magic pattern totemization. He will refer to a series of pre-knowledge, and combine the corresponding conjectures, to find a way to synchronize the semi-finished products delivered by Fang to the troll body. This is something that has been promised long ago, and it does have obvious benefits to the tribe, so he does not intend to shirk it, and simply agrees to it. In the meditation space, a tall and strong troll stood upright, with a half blue and half purple body, just like Baki in the real world. However, this special method of using magic is for ordinary trolls, and it is not appropriate to use Baki's body, which has undergone half a round of mutation. Therefore, he controlled the meditation body to gradually return to its most original appearance. After a while, the back, which had improved a little, and was about to straighten up, bent down again. The body, which was already nearly 3 meters and 2 meters long, and had become stronger horizontally, also slowly shrank back. It's so damn ugly. Fortunately, it's just a meditation body. The materials that Sharp Fang gave him were so thick that it was a bit difficult for Baki, who had not really studied magic beasts and magic cores in depth, to read, and he had a lot of things to deal with, so he had the crooked idea of taking shortcuts. After adjusting the meditation body, Baki directly focused his attention on the conclusion part. Well, making this movement will drive the muscles in this area to stimulate the magic patterns pre-drawn in the corresponding area, and then combined with the way of breathing, howling, so that's how it is. The movement of the muscles is an internal vibration, and the howling is an internal and external resonance, which just fits the rune requirements of the wind magic, and successfully activates the external patterns. In other words, the role of the magic core is completely separated from the wind wolf spellcasting process. At least in the meditation body of the Sharp Fang Witch Doctor, this set of methods can work. But the live experiment failed, and the smart wolf can't meet his complicated prerequisites. Ordinary trolls are smart enough. It's nothing more than making a few moves, and shouting a few times. It's not too difficult. Of course, the premise is that this set of things can be seamlessly connected. Anyway, let's give it a try. With a fluke idea, he first tried to transplant the magic pattern that was originally supposed to be engraved on the windwolf directly to his own meditation body according to the location. After that, he used the activation method designed by Fang for the windwolf in full replica. The result is conceivable. It failed without a doubt. The same pectoralis major and back muscles, the ones on the wolf and the troll are completely different. No matter how similar the blade Fang is, it's completely useless. Blade Fang was not discouraged when he failed to take the shortcut. Anyway, he just tried it with the mentality of what if, and didn't have high expectations. He looked at the information that filled a whole warehouse and covered his head in pain. Can we only study from the most basic level? If he says he is the second in the general operation principle of the troll body, then no one can take the first place within the known range. But Baki is a little unsure about the windwolf's mode, so he has to work hard. Taking a deep breath, Baki suppressed his impatience and started to ponder the information provided by Sharp Fang from the beginning. Why does the muscle move like this when the leg bends? How do the muscle fibers of the windwolf work? What kind of chain reaction and changes have occurred in each tissue structure? If it is placed on a troll, what kind of force should be used to achieve the same effect? nutrients carried by the blood, the impact of the intensity of exercise on the pumping effect. The difference in blood flow velocity has an amplitude disturbance in the area through which it flows. Should this disturbance be avoided, or should it be used? Energy supply material. The effect of wolf howling on the body inside and outside. Will it be confused with the similar effect of breathing? How should the vocal cords of trolls work to replicate this effect? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. As time passed, Baki's research purpose also quietly changed. At first, he only wanted to hand over a windwalk totem, but later, under the temptation of a vast amount of knowledge, completely understanding the differences in the physical operation between wolf type and troll has become his goal. At the same time, the participants are also quietly changing. From him exploring alone as a troll to occasionally calling sharp fangs for closed door communication. After that, a few magical beast witch doctors also chose to join one after another. Later, the apprentices who knew that the future was bleak, but still did not choose the plant system that was in its heyday, but unswervingly walked into the magic beast pit, also carefully touched in. Finally, even the old hunters who had nothing to do with magic, but had rich hunting experience were pulled in. The team is getting bigger and bigger, whether they are wise or mentally retarded, they all contribute their useful or useless thinking sparks without reservation. Baki's personal leadership makes the magical beast witch doctors who have been suppressed for a long time more excited than ever. They want to be proud of themselves so much that they contribute their own time with all their strength, and even choose to stop their original research without any attachment. With such a concerted effort, new ideas were soon proposed, put into practice, denied, and improved. At the same time, experienced hunter teams, after accepting the heavy bounty of hundreds of meals from the witch doctors, began to search the mountains and seas excitedly. No matter whether it was an ordinary wolf or a monster wolf, they soon found nothing to hide in their carpet-style search. These manic guys didn't care about killing one wolf they caught, and in the end, they brought back dead wolves. The wolf pack in the forest was in trouble immediately. Even the wind wolves, that had long been affiliated with the tribe, were also scared, and didn't dare to come to beg for food in broad daylight for a long time. Fortunately, Baki was not a crazy guy. When he saw that something was wrong, he immediately stopped what he was doing, and held a general meeting in his busy schedule. At the meeting, he emphasized the concept of food chain, and described the possible impact of if the wolf pack disappeared. The witch doctors were not stupid. The food was already in their mouths, so there was no reason for them not to understand the reason. Therefore, the council quickly passed a series of supplementary regulations such as circular hunting areas and hunting guidelines for the breeding season. By the way, the wolf-type creature bounty order was also revised, specifying that the tribe only needed living and healthy wolves. Dead and disabled wolves would not only not receive a bounty meal, but the meal coins that the offender should have received that month would also be deducted. After the meal coin system was initially popularized in the tribe, the hunters were more motivated to produce, but correspondingly, their concept of deserved benefits became clearer, and they were not as easy to cheat as before. Just like this supplementary regulation, if it was put in the past, the trolls below would murmur, "Are the higher-ups stupid? Why don't they hunt in such a large hunting ground? Why don't they allow pregnant and unable to run prey to be killed?" But whether to change it or not was really just a matter of the above sentence. At that time, the trolls who received daily rations were quite satisfied, as long as they could eat enough. But this time it was different. The members of the hunting team were quite angry about the changes to the regulations and bounties. Among them, the pregnancy hunting ban caused the least response. This was not an honorable thing in the first place. Before the regulations were made, there were actually quite a few trolls who chose to let go of such prey. The change of the bounty order was second. Everyone knew that this was a short-term one-shot deal. If you can make money, you can make money. If you can't, it doesn't matter. Moreover, as the requirements increased, the corresponding bounty also increased. If you are willing to work harder to catch, it is not a loss. However, many hunting teams were dissatisfied with the restrictions on hunting areas such as hunting moratorium, which would make them face the problems of not being able to hunt, and crowded hunting grounds, and they would lose some meal coin rewards for nothing. The voice of the people finally reached the ears of Baki, who was engaged in research again, but he was not angry or impatient, and even a little happy. The witch doctors asked him why. Obviously, it became difficult to manage the hunting team, so why was he still happy? In response to their questions, Baki said, "This is just a necessary sacrifice after the people's wisdom is awakened. There is no need to be afraid of it like a ferocious beast. As long as we guide it more, and don't let society completely slide into the abyss of pursuing interests, it will be a good thing for the whole." There is no relevant evidence, but Baki is willing to believe this. He believes that the people can tend towards justice and kindness. After Baki personally took the stage and gave a detailed explanation of the relevant issues, the voices of dissatisfaction in the tribe were replaced by bragging in a short time. The trolls who learned a few new words were eager to talk about difficult words such as food chain and ecosphere every day for a long time afterwards, and wanted to mention them to people every day. The short episode passed quickly, and Baki once again devoted himself to the research of magic core magic pattern totem amid the complaints of the bias of the plant system. Day after day of thinking and practice, time passed day by day, and the visualization body in the meditation space was disabled countless times. Later, Baki could even control his meditation body and quickly transform into a wolf. Today was a full day of classes, and I rushed to finish this chapter after coming back. I really regret not saving it during the holidays. Chapter 88 Achievements and News from the Front. Of course, the transformation was only Baki's meditation body, and the main body was still a troll, but this did not prevent Baki, who had played some online games in his previous life, from simply describing the concept of shaper-shifting druid. Although it was not known whether it could be realized, it also gave the Warcraft witch doctors another possible path. Lying on the experimental table was a captive from the 3 divisions. An apprentice gently wiped the blood on his chest with fur, revealing the complex looking patterns underneath. The patterns were very similar to the structure of the wind rune and the textbook, but they were more complicated. In order to transform the rune that originally appeared in the Sea of Consciousness in a 3-dimensional structure into a flat pattern, many alternative patterns had to be added on it. With this rune as the center, dense lines extended out, winding and covering most of his body. "Get up and do as I say," Baki ordered. "Alright." The captive agreed and climbed up from the stage. He first breathed several times with a different rhythm, and coordinated several body movements during the period. Finally, with another low shout, the patterns on his body lit up one by one. After observing for a while, and finding that there was nothing unusual, Baki ordered again, "Go to the yard, run and jump, until we say stop." The captive did as he was told, opened the door, and began to run and jump in the large yard in the sight of the witch doctors. After observing for a while, Sharp Fang murmured excitedly, "We are successful? That should be the case." Baki glanced at the several newly raised mounds in the yard, and responded in a rather complicated tone. Sharp Fang obviously noticed his gaze, restrained the smile on his face, and comforted, "Don't think too much, we only need to be responsible for the people of our tribe." Baki didn't say anything more, he just said tiredly, "The follow-up matters will be left to you, I need to rest." After that, he left without looking back. Why bother thinking about it? They are just enemies. The experiment was successful, and the so-called result is not just the Windwalk totem. The biggest result of this research is that the tribe has completely figured out the body operation mechanism of the wolf-type creature. It is like a formula, not only successfully reproduced the Windwalk perfectly on the troll, but also paved the way for the future of all the totemization of spells born from wolf-type monsters. From now on, as long as the wolf-type monster has not yet escaped the flesh and blood barrier, the tribe can use the results of this research to complete the transformation and fix it on the troll in the form of a totem. But Baki is not 100% happy. He feels uncomfortable because of the unethical troll body experiment, and is also bored by his own hypocrisy. According to the original plan, he intended to rely on his thick skin and flesh to directly carve the original totem on himself to complete the debugging, but was stopped by other trolls. But at the same time, the troll body experiment was really inevitable. If he was not allowed to come, who would come? The apprentice's self-recommendation was rejected, the witch doctor's voluntary dedication was also rejected, and the dying old man was naturally not suitable. Finally, naturally, the eyes of the carnivores fell on the captives. Baki did not refuse, he just kept condemning himself for being cruel in his heart, but his hands never stopped moving. As a result, several captives died on the experimental table. If he were to do the debugging on himself, with his strong physical foundation and meditation method, the result would not be so tragic. This made Baki feel that he was like a dwarf in action. No matter how nice his thoughts and words were, he was still cruel in practice. Therefore, Baki was depressed for several days afterwards, but it was only a few days. Under the spur of responsibility and the comfort of his partner, he quickly adjusted his state and continued to devote himself to the new work. The strategy of attacking the Gabi tribe had produced results during the experiment. The tribe, in line with the idea of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, had no intention of being lenient towards them. But the final result was not something that could be simply dismissed as no mercy. According to the intelligence from the front line, Chuan Yap, who was already holding back a fire of evil in his heart, actually slaughtered half of the Gabi tribe's people in the name of revenge, and razed all the buildings in it. After this battle, the Gabi tribe was almost razed to the ground, and there was no population in the tribe, whose height was taller than the waist of mature troll. In addition, Chuan Ya also sent several apprentices to the surrounding tribes under the escort of cavalry, to announce that anyone who kills the people of the Ya tribe will be punished accordingly. After such a warning, all the tribes that received the news were trembling. Even the three forces, who had originally agreed to food for prisoners, but were still somewhat unwilling to accept it, also expressed their submission at the first time. When this series of news was passed back to the tribe, no one expected Chuan Ya to do such a cruel thing, which caused a huge uproar in the council hall. Supporters believed that this kind of deterrence was beneficial to the tribe, and would greatly increase the psychological burden of other tribes when they were rebellious, and Chuan Ya should be rewarded, while opponents believed that killing the surrendered enemies was dishonorable, and that such behavior would damage the tribe's reputation. Chuan Ya was not only unsuccessful but also guilty, and should be punished. The pros and cons had a fierce debate on this, and in the end, the opposition's opinion won the vote with a slight advantage. However, the punishment of Chuan Ya was left unresolved. The tone of killing the chicken to scare the monkey was originally set by the tribe, and there was no specific implementation plan in advance, so in principle Chuan Ya had the power and responsibility to make decisions on the spot. Moreover, the tribe had never had a resolution on killing prisoners before, so there was no endorsement basis for punishing Chuan Ya. Therefore, this decision was not so much aimed at Chuan Ya, but rather for the future, and the rule of killing prisoners should be punished was set. These are what happened in the middle of the experiment. When Baki finished the experiment, the Gabi tribe had already entered the reconstruction stage under the auspices of Funea. The fleet kept going back and forth on the Black River Channel, transporting a steady stream of food, building materials, and labor to the new territory. During this period, most of the captives from the three tribes were also transported there in batches, except for a few trolls who really came into contact with the core of the shipbuilding technology. Male captives were already quite rare in the tribe at this time. After pacifying his own hypocritical thoughts, Baki also set off on the latest batch of cargo ships. So many things have happened, he has to go and see, right? How can he continue to meditate in the tribe at ease? In addition to Mia, there are also several warriors who are responsible for protecting their safety. The patterns on their bodies indicate their identities, the new products of totem research. The magic beast witch doctors did not stop their ambitions after Baki left. They sorted out some of the class spells from wolf-type magic beasts, transformed them into totem forms, and engraved them on the warriors. The tribe still has a limited number of totems. Initially, only a few spell-like transformations such as Wind Walk, Sharp Claws and Great Strength have been completed. In addition, the carving of totems is a delicate job that is done entirely by hand, so the output is extremely limited. The 5 warriors following Blade Fang at this time are all the finished products in recent days. Fortunately, this work does not have to be done by the witch doctor himself. As long as the principle is understood, the apprentice can also complete the operation, which avoids the possibility of becoming useless due to insufficient manpower. But there are also limitations. A warrior can only carry one totem at a time. If you carve great strength, you cannot have wind walk at the same time. This is not because the troll's physique cannot keep up, but because the tribe's technology cannot keep up. Not only will the superposition of two totems cause interference, but even the energy connection of various parts of the body, when the totem is running, will conflict with each other. But this is not a big deal. At this stage, one totem is enough, and the solution can be studied slowly. The boat maintained a frequency of replenishment every 3 days, and finally arrived at the destination, the river beach near Kabibu amid constant bumps. It was actually the first time for Baki and Mia to ride a paddle boat. Fortunately, the trolls were very tough, and did not suffer from seasickness or exhaustion. The boat slowly approached the river beach, but stopped when it was still some distance from the shore. The rower leader came up scratching his head, and told Baki with some embarrassment, "Mr. Speaker, this is the limit of food and water. We can't go forward. You can only go ashore by yourselves. Oh. There is no natural dock suitable for mooring on the river beach near Kabibu?" Baki was not blaming them, but just felt that this was very inconvenient for transporting supplies, so he just wanted to understand the relevant situation. The witch doctor, Chuanaya, has looked for it with his apprentices, but it seems that there is no suitable place. Okay, let's cross it by ourselves. After comforting the rowers who worked hard along the way, Baki took Mia and the guards, and jumped into the water, ready to force the river across. The river water here only covered Baki's chest. The 7 trolls walked easily to the shore by stepping on the rocks at the bottom of the river. Chuanaya, who had received the notice, had already led the apprentices to wait here. He was quite nervous at this time. He had killed so many valuable populations in a moment of confusion before. Chuanaya was afraid that Baki would be unhappy. Baki was indeed unhappy. At first, he wanted to run to the front line to beat him up. But after all, this happened more than 2 months ago, and much of the anger was gradually soothed by time. However, it seemed inappropriate to say nothing. What if this guy misunderstood his meaning and became more aggressive in the future? So along the way, Baki was thinking about what he should say to him. Thousands of words flashed through his mind. Some were indifference, some were earnest advice, some were regretful. But the moment he saw Funea, Baki instinctively kicked him and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. With blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, he fell heavily to the ground. Funea lay on the ground in a daze for a moment, then he swallowed the blood in his mouth and struggled to get up. He did not dare to brush off the dust on his body, but just stood there anxiously waiting for the next move. "Idiot. Come here." Baki was not worried whether his powerful kick would really cause him any serious problems. "Speaker, Your Excellency Speaker, I know I was wrong." Funea approached as he was told and said cautiously, "You damn guy. You killed so many laborers. If there were no relevant regulations, I would be the first one to not spare you. There is only one chapter today, and my head is dizzy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, The Original Sight of Gabi, Part 1. To be honest, if we only look at the direct or indirect impact, Baki really can't tell whether Funea's behavior is good or bad. Just like the two sides of the meeting each held their own opinions, and were in a stalemate. If we look at this issue from different standpoints, then both sides can give you a list of right and wrong. However, this does not affect Baki's anger. Judging from the current size of the tribe, there is no need to use such cruel means to establish authority. Even if they don't obey in the future, what can we do? Can they really bite off a piece of meat from the tribe? Therefore, although Funea's actions this time can be given various rationalities by the affirmative side, but in essence, there is no such long-term planning as they say. It is still the tyranny of the trolls and his own frustration. It is precisely because of Baki's position that the final decision of the parliament leans towards the opposition. Under the watchful eyes of many apprentices, hunter team leaders, and other trolls who came to greet him, the scolded Funea pulled his head back and silently endured the wrath of Baki, who was kicked and beaten mercilessly in public. After dealing with Funea, Baki snorted coldly and walked towards the large construction site not far away accompanied by Mia. Behind him, Funea wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, rubbed his hot cheeks, sighed and followed silently, but from his pace, there was no sign of injury at all. It was true that Baki did not hit hard. Except for the first few hits, he held back the rest. It was not a drizzle, but it was not enough to leave too serious injuries. His purpose was more to express his attitude towards what happened before, so that the other trolls could understand. Slowly approaching the original site of the Kabi tribe, from a distance, except for the center, where there is no smoke and dust, the rest of the place is full of piles of stones, soil, and wood, just like a rural construction site in the past life. The outer fence is a fence. Baki touched it, and found that it was not the steel wood used by the tribe, but just the most common wood. Where did this guy use all the steel and wood he brought in? Such doubts arose in his mind, but Baki did not ask directly. Anyway, it was impossible to embezzle this broken place. Let's take a look inside, maybe there is another use. Inside the fence, there is a circle of about 20 meters of circular open space, which is the residence of the trolls. Nearly 100 residences have been built, made of wood, without too complicated foundation structure, just built on the ground. The ceiling is also mediocre, and there are gaps visible to the naked eye everywhere on the roof and walls. Do you think it can block wind and rain? Maybe, but definitely not much. But the wooden houses are not ugly. They are basically made of relatively regular processed logs, stacked one by one, and are generally single-story buildings with a height of about 10 meters. There is no overly whimsical and exquisite design. At most, some branches and vines with tender leaves are dotted on the walls and roofs. Occasionally, some houses are decorated with picked flowers, as if they have a relatively sophisticated builder. There are also small courtyards in front of and behind the houses, as if they are hoping that the trolls will grow some flowers and plants. Blade Fang is non-committal about this. It seems that, because it is designed in a circular shape and distributed along the fence, the cross-section of the residential area construction site is a bit narrow, and it ends after a few steps. Behind the residential area, there is another circle of deliberately left circular open space. Looking back and left, and right from here, it can be clearly observed that the residential area is distributed in an orderly manner along the archtop. In the middle of the houses, there is a simple road that connects the fence to the outside and the middle of the station to the inside. With the same ring behind the fence, it seems to have a ring traffic flavor. The trolls can easily gather and form teams from their respective residences, and then go out to attack or go into rescue. Not bad. I didn't participate much in the supervision of the new station, and even the headquarters didn't have such an orderly plan. Therefore, this initiative made Baki quite satisfied. After passing the second ring, the front seems to be a storage area. The construction here is quite complete, and 9 warehouses of different sizes have formed a circle. The warehouse is divided into 2 parts, above ground and underground. The materials used on the ground are obviously much more sophisticated than those in the residential area. At least it is windproof and rainproof. From the perspective of completeness, it seems to be built before the residential area. In other words, the trolls completed this place first without a decent living environment, sleeping in the open air. Going forward, after going through the 3 rings, we finally arrived at the core refrigerator tree storage area. Baki went forward to observe. Wow, it turned out that steel and wood were used on the periphery of the storage area here. It was completely surrounded by a steel and wood fence that was considered very high even by the height of a troll. Not only the surroundings, but also the top, seemed to have a reverse structure extending outward to prevent climbing. In addition, the fence was covered with sharp thorny vines. How much steel and wood raw materials are wasted? It is indeed very tight, and there is not even a regular door left. Baki did not ask this question, but the apprentice next to him took the initiative to say, when swallowing and discharging goods, the witch doctor can control the opening of the tunnel. Funea, who had followed silently all the way, did not choose to interrupt at this time. He just walked quietly to the fence and cast a spell to open the relatively hard ground. Below, a small angle corridor that went diagonally downward was revealed. The entrance to the tunnel was wide, about 10 meters long and wide. After the tunnel was opened, an apprentice entered with a fire starter, and soon a light lit up. A group of trolls went deep into the tunnel, stepped on the extremely flat and solid ground, and breathed the slightly turbid air. They passed through a passage that first went down, then straightened, and then went up. From the flatness of the ground and walls seen along the way, it can be seen that this should also be the product of magic. Baki looked at the obviously thinner Funiga who was always attached to the back, and realized that this guy might have worked hard on the infrastructure with the mentality of making up for his mistakes. But Baki did not say thank you for your hard work, but just nodded to indicate that he had seen it and could move forward. Going up again, they finally came to the ground of the warehouse area. The first thing that caught their eyes was a treehouse dedicated to witch doctors. Considering the unique geographical location of the Gabi tribe, the tribe had decided to send 1 or 2 witch doctors to stay here in rotation. And this treehouse is exactly the residence and research room prepared for them. It doesn't have fancy structures like a wedding room, such as a big bed and a ladder. It is just a very simple structure of a single room plus meditation room plus toilet plus warehouse plus research room. It can be said that it is not much more comfortable than the ordinary troll residences in the outer circle. The witch doctor who lives here, in addition to conducting his own research, will also be responsible for the maintenance of the refrigerated trees in the surrounding areas, as well as possible construction, defense, and magic support during attacks. In addition, it is also necessary to undertake some exchanges with outer tribes. The workload will not be too large for the time being, but due to the distance problem, this is an appointment that has to be carried out. It can also be regarded as an experiment. Sorry for being late, there will be another chapter later. Chapter 90, the original site of Gabi, Part 2. Who will be appointed? It has not been determined yet, but the atmosphere in the council hall has become tense again. Even if we can do research here, it is too far from the tribe, and it is not convenient to communicate and ask for help. Therefore, almost all witch doctors have been emphasizing, oh, my experiment is so important and my experiment is about to enter a critical period. It is conceivable that the meeting to decide the appointment will be a difficult and long game of buck passing. 15 refrigerator trees have been spawned by Mr. Funea. The apprentice continued to explain along the way. Hearing this, Baki glanced at the neatly arranged refrigerator trees not far in front of him, and found that they were indeed 15 mature trees. As long as this thing is successfully planted, coupled with a certain degree of military deterrence, this garrison can actually be considered relatively complete. But judging from the previous encounter, there seems to be something wrong. First, the construction of the residential area is lagging behind. The storage area within the second ring was supposed to be used to store raw materials such as fur and wood from other tribes, but at this time, the trade route has not been opened up, the trading method has not even been discussed with others, and there is only the initial draft of their own design. Credibility does not exist, but deterrence has been propped up in the killing of prisoners some time ago. It's just that the impact is not known for the time being. In this case, trading between tribes cannot be done in a short period of time, so there is no need to build so many warehouses early. But this is the fault of their decision-making level, who made themselves and the witch doctor not make advance plans. Therefore, although I would rather complete the construction of the residential area first, Baki still sincerely intends to thank the workers for their hard work. This may be partly due to the credit of the captives, but they have been using them for several months or half a year. They are about to be sent back, and they should be given a proper face. Maybe they will remember the goodness of the Ya department. Therefore, Baki did not intend to be too harsh on them during this last period of time. If a few meals without cost can be exchanged for a few guides, then why not do it? The second is the dock problem. Shania, there is no available port, which makes cargo transportation very inconvenient. Mihir asked the question that she saw at the beginning on behalf of her husband at the right time, and the question was still about Shania. There is indeed no port nearby. The water near the river beach is too shallow for ships to dock, but there is a suitable place for loading and unloading 10 kilometers east along the river. We usually go there. Is it convenient? It is indeed not very convenient now. We are considering whether to open a treeless belt directly to there, or simply choose a new location. But if that is the case, the former has insufficient labor. The latter, in addition to labor, also needs to consider the time cost, which is equivalent to the waste of all the investment here. When mentioning labor, Shanair obviously shrank his neck, obviously realizing that he was talking about something irrelevant. But Baki did not continue to make a fuss about the topic. Instead, he took over Mia's question and spoke for the first time. With such a small throughput now, it is enough to build a simple wharf. Seeing that His Excellency the speaker was finally no longer silent, Funaga breathed a sigh of relief and asked carefully, "Simplified wharf. What's your idea?" "Build a bridge from the riverbank, drive wooden piles into the shallows for support, and connect it all the way to the deep water area. Ships can receive cargo, and embark and disembark passengers there." "Good idea. You are worthy of being the speaker." Flies rubbing hands plus flattering, glancing at him, Baki continued, "The matter of recite selection will be put on hold for the time being, but the matter of the treeless belt must be done slowly. The simple wharf can only be a short-term substitute." "Do you mean to connect the last 10 kilometers by land? In terms of efficiency, does it matter? How about we grit our teeth and move there directly?" "It doesn't matter. The wharf area can completely build a semi-independent transit station and transfer goods through the opened up treeless belt." Baki, who had seen many cities in his previous life, did not think that 10 kilometers was too far away. Maybe after a few years, the trolls living here will dislike the port being too close to the main city. Don't be too exaggerated about the treeless belt. Just cut down the trees that will really become obstacles. I understand, but I still think it's a waste to send a lot of labor to transport the 10 kilometers every time. What did you do before? Where is the fierceness and decisiveness when killing prisoners?" Seeing that Baki took the initiative to bring up this topic again after beating him, Funea, who knew the style of the speaker, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The speaker is not a troll who will hold a grudge for a long time, nor does he have the habit of repeatedly being sarcastic. This time he brought it up again. It means that it is really the time for the final judgment. Whether it is being ignored or being marginalized for a long time, it is better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. "Yes, I'm sorry. I was confused for a moment. Alas, Chuanya, you let me down. I'm sorry it's come to this point. There's no point in saying more. I wanted to punish you severely, but first, there was no law to follow before. Second, I don't want to punish you without teaching. And third, I don't want to blame you for your past crimes. You must remember that it is these achievements of civilization that have allowed your barbarism to escape this disaster. It's not that I can't bear to part with you, a rare witch doctor, but the act of punishing you itself is untenable, so you can escape this. Do you understand what I mean?" I understand. There will definitely not be a next time." Chuanya felt a chill down his spine. Although he admitted his mistakes before, he really didn't repent sincerely and never thought that the tribe would do anything to him. Haha, can they kill him for a bunch of stupid and barbaric external trolls? What a joke. But the attitude in Baki's 2 sentences made him feel chilled. Funea vaguely realized that things didn't seem to be as simple as he thought. Perhaps the speaker really wanted to kill him. In fact, Baki himself didn't know the answer to this question. If all the conditions were met, would he shed tears and chop Masu? It was true that he was reluctant and felt it was necessary to make this move. How he would do it became an eternal mystery. Okay, although it's a pity for so many sacrifices and the example of a fair punishment, this time the matter is over. Thank you, speaker. Since this matter has been let go, the issue of transportation capacity can be thought about in depth. The original Kabi tribe has been destroyed, and almost all the laborers have died. The little guys have been transported back to the tribe in batches by water. Now, what is being built here is the new station of the Ya tribe, which is connected to the headquarters through the river and radiates the entire basin. This place will become the largest cargo transfer center in the Black Forest. In order to complete this kind of construction, the river channel alone is not enough. The difficulties faced by land transportation will always come to you inadvertently, just like the last 10 kilometers this time. There are solutions. Wheelbarrow, two-wheeled cart, Four-wheeled cart, spoked wooden wheel. And the wood between the wheels and the simple track? Is the last one necessary? It's the weekend. I try to save as many manuscripts as possible, but I also have to do homework and read class materials for next week. I feel a little short of oxygen, and my head is confused. I ask for votes. Chapter 91 Unicicle. Just do it. Wheelbarrows and two-wheeled carts are not complicated things. Baki can reproduce the operating principle with imagination alone. He took out the small animal skin bag he carried with him, selected steelwood tree species with suitable strength and planted them. The tree species grew rapidly under his control. After reaching a certain extent, they shed their lush branches and leaves, and abandoned the complicated internal tissue structure. Gradually, they changed from complete trees to bare drywood. After that, Baki controlled them to deform and twist. After a series of complicated steps, several wooden carts of various colors were produced one after another. The wooden carts were of different shapes and colors. Some of them were complex and some were simple. Which one was suitable for use depended on the subsequent field exercises. He called the trolls who were watching and told them to move out various building materials of different weights and put them into several experimental vehicles in different categories. After that, the trolls pushed these vehicles and began to practice under different road conditions. Extremely flat stone roads, compacted dirt roads, simple dirt roads, muddy paths, and natural roads in dense forests. After several rounds of trial operation in different environments, just as Baki originally thought, several types of wheelbarrows stood out from many experimental models with their superb road adaptability. Think about it, apart from the relatively flat roads in tribes and settlements, land transportation is mainly carried out in dense forests. Where are the roads for passage there? However, wheelbarrows also have several different structures, and they have to be compared according to their respective advantages and disadvantages. The one with the axle in the front has a lighter load capacity, but better balance performance if the axle is placed in the middle. Although it can bear a heavier load through reasonable weight distribution, its flexibility is poor. In addition, the size of the wheel seems to affect the performance of the car. Only wheels that are large enough can travel smoothly on rugged roads. Baki repeatedly tried the off-road capabilities of wheels of different sizes by changing the position of the wheel cantilever. After several attempts, he finally got the best ratio. After several rounds of experiments, Funea said with emotion, "It's really a brilliant idea, Mr. Speaker." But he became worried again. "But the production capacity can't keep up. You won't let me build this thing." He was quite nervous after making a mistake just now, fearing that Baki would put this burden on himself. In order to make up for his mistakes, he has spent a lot of energy to support the infrastructure work of this station during this period. Now, if he is asked to bear the production of this thing again, who knows how long it will be delayed. "You see, my shipbuilding project is actually quite important," he said uneasily. Baki shook his head. "I won't let you come. This is not a complicated structure. It has a loading board, wooden wheels, and wooden poles. That's all. Even without using magic power, the people should be able to make it themselves, right?" Chuanaya breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't do it, it would be fine. But could ordinary trolls make it? He would have to take a closer look to know. With this idea in mind, Chuanaya, who had the most experience in processing in the tribe, stepped forward and carefully observed the finalized wheelbarrow in front of him. The material of this thing is very simple. Even if it is made of ordinary wood instead of steel and wood, it can have a considerable carrying capacity with its structural advantages. But sometimes, simple materials do not mean simple manufacturing. Baki's wheelbarrow is directly formed by magic power, and the combination of each component part must be very different from manual manufacturing. Therefore, while Chuana was observing, Baki was also explaining on the side. He mainly talked about how to splice the various parts if it was replaced by manual work. As a master of shipbuilding, Baki understood this simple vehicle very quickly. It didn't take him long to figure out the principle. Raising his body, Baki pondered and gave a conclusion. It's indeed a good thing. Ordinary trolls can indeed make it, but the efficiency is definitely not much faster. Huh? Why? Isn't shipbuilding much more complicated than this? Baki was puzzled. Isn't it just a pile of wood to assemble? It doesn't look like a complicated job. Besides, the wheelbarrow has existed in the past life, right? How can it be difficult to make? Mr. Speaker, this is different. We mobilized a lot of labor to build the ship. Everyone divided the work and did a part of it to piece together a ship. But if this thing wants to really work, it can't be done with just one or two. There must be at least 100, right? Indeed, but its structure is very simple, so it should be much faster to build. The structure is simple, but there is a bottleneck in material processing. Can it be more complicated than shipbuilding? Shipbuilding is complicated in the process, but material processing is a rough job. We use large materials, a saw, a chisel, an awl, and a hammer, and we can do the job by brute force. There are indeed complicated parts, but those fine parts, such as nails, are directly formed after the steel and wood growth warehouse is modified. In other words, we took a lot of shortcuts to replace the steps of precision processing. Take a look at this unicycle. Look at the curved surface on its wheel. Look at these connecting structures, and this, the main shaft. These don't seem to be things that can work miracles with great force. It is difficult for ordinary trolls to process it quickly with existing tools, unless you plan to specially transform a batch of tree species and let them take the complete parts for assembly. On the whole, it may be less time saving and labor saving than carrying it on your shoulders and backs. I see. I don't know enough. No, you are a witch doctor who does great things. It is normal that you don't notice this kind of thing. Ignoring the flattery of the boat tooth, Blade Fang knocked on his fangs and fell into thinking about how to solve this problem. In fact, he had already discovered that the current development of the tribe relied too much on the power of witch doctors. It's not that this is bad. The power of magic is indeed magical, and it has indeed allowed this primitive tribe to successfully transform itself in less than 30 years and develop to its current level. But today, the disadvantages have also begun to appear. The witch doctor's innovation ability is indeed very strong, and quite a few key technologies have been developed in these years. These technologies are also high-end enough, but most of them can only be realized by the operation of witch doctors. At the same time, the growth of the number of witch doctors has been slow to keep up with many advanced ideas, and can only make concessions for more urgent things, and be quietly shelved. As a result, the development of the application side has been sluggish. The productivity of the people can only make slight progress by relying on the material dividends of simple tools such as steel and wood axes and saws. In essence, they are still restricted to the low-end field. There should be another chapter later. Give some monthly tickets. Chapter 92, Witch Doctors and Common Trolls. The station was in a state of disrepair at this time, and there were not many trolls with free time. Seeing Baki lost in thought, some apprentices who had things to do left first after Mia and Funea promised to return to their busy posts. The ordinary trolls gradually lost interest and continued to work with each other's arms around each other. Gradually, only Mia, Funea, and the guards who always followed him were left beside him. The trolls did not bother him, but just waited quietly. Funea and Mia, perhaps, have already started thinking about their own research in their minds. What are the advantages of witch doctors? How can the power of the people be opened? While thinking, various things in his previous life emerged in his mind one after another. They combined with the actual situation of this life to help Baki find the direction for the future. In his previous life, Baki liked to read fantasy novels very much. He noticed that in some fantasy worldviews, there is such a phenomenon. The upper class nobles enjoy the dividends brought by magic civilization, and their conveniences are even far beyond the modern society where he lived in his previous life. But the lower class people still live a life that is almost like the Middle Ages. Although it is just a fantasy worldview of novelists, this example of abnormal development is indeed not to be taken lightly. For example, in this world, if it continues to develop step by step in the current model, it seems that the Ya tribe will also slowly move towards that kind of future. The witch doctors use the power of magic to turn the world upside down and live a beautiful magical life under the nourishment of various convenient technologies. Ordinary trolls may have no worries about food and clothing, but overall they still maintain a state of being able to eat enough. If Baki wants to be a feudal lord and rule a group of fools who only know how to eat, then this future doesn't seem to be bad. He can rule forever and ever, or even go a step further. Perhaps, in the future, he can ascend to the throne of God with the worship of the trolls and use his power to build his own cross-dimensional empire. But it can't be like this after all. He was born under the red flag and grew up with the song "We workers have power," even if the power of workers gradually declined later. However, it is still impossible for Baki to rule a group of fools as a matter of course, to bully them and become an immortal. Therefore, how to better develop the tribe, how to establish an effective mechanism for coexistence and prosperity between the witch doctor group and the ordinary trolls, has become a problem that he has to think about at this time. Perhaps, the convenience of magic has blinded my eyes, he reflected. If you want to solve this problem, even if it is just a preliminary solution or delay, you must understand the advantages and disadvantages of both parties. The advantages of magic are accuracy, freedom, and convenience of research. Perhaps in the future, individual strength can be added, and the disadvantages are also obvious, which is the number of qualifications. The advantage of ordinary trolls is quantity, and the disadvantage is the speed of knowledge mastery and research adaptability. After the totem matures, although it can also use the power of magic, the breadth and abundance, refinement, and freedom are still obvious shortcomings. Let me think, what events in the past life can be substituted into this kind of advantage and disadvantage relationship chart? Scientists and ordinary people. No, there may be a talent gap between the two, but it is definitely not as big as the gap between witch doctors and ordinary trolls. This gap can be bridged to some extent through hard work. Capitalists, entrepreneurs, ordinary people. Not quite the same. The qualification gap is not that big. Not to mention that there are many pigs that rise and fall on the vents, and there are more than hundreds or thousands of capitalists who have been hanged. Perhaps it is closer to the relationship between countries. For example, the relationship between developed countries and backward countries. Developed countries master the technical barriers that cannot be broken by piling up manpower and master some high-end military advantages, but the population shortcoming is obvious. If you force an explanation, it seems to be similar to the situation of witch doctors. The backward countries have resources and manpower, and some even have the ability to perish together. Although the two sides have stumbled and occasionally had friction, they have barely squeezed into the global village. The developed countries themselves tightly cover up their high tech and only pass on the backward technologies that have been covered up, and even have backdoors to the backward countries for operation. They use the manpower, material resources, and productivity of the backward countries to continue to nourish their own scientific research and high-end industries, and so on. The harvest cycle repeats. It seems that this model can also be applied to witch doctors. Use the advantages of witch doctors themselves to create some machines that do not require the intervention of magic and can be operated by ordinary trolls. Regard witch doctors as high-precision industrial mother machines. Mother machines manufacture secondary machine tools, and ordinary trolls use machine tools to build and expand the tribe, while feeding back to witch doctors. It can not only guarantee the social status of witch doctors, so that they will not be overturned one day, it can also make full use of labor resources, so that ordinary trolls can also have their own indispensable social status, so that they will not become appendages of high-level extraordinary people. This kind of balance between countries may have great hidden dangers, and backward countries cannot be willing to be leaks forever. But even so, it has maintained a balance for a long time. However, the relationship between witch doctors and ordinary trolls is not really between countries. They are of the same race and each has different social divisions. Perhaps there will be more room for them to turn around, so as not to become a hostile relationship. This may be feasible, but the atmosphere must be controlled, and ambitious people must not be allowed to create conflicts. In addition, ideological arming must also be put on the agenda, and everyone must have a common goal to strive for. Shania, tell me, what are the processes of shipbuilding in the tribe now? Okay. Although he didn't understand why the speaker jumped to this question again, Shania responded quickly. He just thought for a while, sorted out the logic and said, if we exclude the keel, steel and wooden nails, it is nothing more than cutting trees, peeling, cutting, and punching. Shipbuilding is a complicated job. Although the processing precision is not very high, it has extremely complicated processes. Shania narrated for a long time, before he barely finished. Well, I understand. You go ahead, and do your work. I have something to think about. I understand. Then I'll go first. By the way, although I have occupied 2 rooms in the treehouse, there are still many vacancies. Yuan. Don't worry about me. Mihai and I can find an ordinary house to live in. Oh, okay then. Shania agreed and fled away, fearing that Baki would go back on his word and put the construction of the wheelbarrow on him again. Watching his departing figure, Baki shook his head helplessly and stopped caring about it. Instead, he told the guards, "You've worked hard along the way. Find a place to rest. If you have the energy, go help the people." Understood. The warriors didn't have as many tricks as the witch doctor. When Baki asked them to disperse, they dispersed directly, without any intention of staying to flatter him. After saying goodbye to the trolls, Baki and Mihai walked along the road. After they roughly visited the rest of the station, they found an ordinary residence to stay. After a long journey, even the troll bodies of the couple felt a little tired at this time. After entering the house, they made a simple double bed with vines, and they lay down in their clothes. Perhaps the wording clothes is not quite appropriate, because Baki was only wearing a pair of shorts, and Mihai was just a simple tube top plus bottom combination. During the physical collision, the two couldn't help but have a brief tenderness. Afterwards, Mai leaned in her husband's arms and asked, "What were you thinking about just now?" "Oh, I was thinking about lathe, drilling machine and boring machine." "What is that?" "It is to use some kind of mechanical structure, using the strength and sharpness of different steels and woods, combined with the power of trolls, or water power, wind power, to carry out fine processing of materials." "Oh, I see. Tell me in detail later. I will help." "Yeah. Is this chapter too much nonsense?" Chapter 93 Manual Attempt. Baki came here this time, not only to show his attitude in person, but also to personally handle the follow-up work of the 3 central departments. Therefore, the inspection of the former Kabi area may last for quite a while, until the tribe is ready to negotiate with the 3 departments. It will take some time to coordinate the assembly of the combat troops and hunting teams, the transportation of food and grass, etc. It is impossible to use all the time for travel while waiting, so Baki continued his own meditation while conceiving various mechanical designs that did not involve magic. At the same time, a large amount of manpower and material resources began to move here from the headquarters and other garrisons. Hunting ground inspection, redistribution of work priorities in the garrison, food and grass inspection, organization of military training. All this lasted for a long time. The day was filled with public work, and the night was also busy with his own tasks. In addition, he had to take time to sort out the fragmentary knowledge of mechanics and try to piece them together into a whole. Since he had already made up his mind to hand over a part of the middle stage productivity to the ordinary trolls, the corresponding production tools were naturally indispensable. With simple tools such as axes and saws, ordinary trolls could hardly complete overly complex technical work. Baki himself knew that he could not organize the mechanical theory, but if he wanted to buy a finished product of a processing platform, he could still do it with the help of the meditation space. This finished product was just a preliminary preparation. It was not important whether it was suitable for the tribe. It was enough to play the role of showing ideas. As for the tools that were suitable for the tribe, it had to be more practical. In order to explore this problem, Baki personally tried to make a wheelbarrow without the participation of magic, intending to experience and demonstrate the processing difficulties. After initially completing the work at hand, he summoned Mia, Funiga, and other apprentices to a warehouse for storing wood materials. There were quite a lot of wood of various colors piled up in the warehouse. Most of them had only been processed initially, such as pruning branches and removing leaves, and the bark and other things were almost all left. Baki picked and chose a tree trunk of suitable size, dragged it out separately, and began to process it on the empty ground in the warehouse. The steel wood saw was sharp and durable, and with his own strength, it was easy to cut the target. After that, it was further divided into sections of thick solid discs. The outer surface of the solid disc was peeled, and it was simply chopped into a round wheel shape with an axe, and a hole was drilled in the middle to reserve the through hole of the axle. Then a smaller tool was replaced to finally process the outer edge and inner hole of the wheel disc, and it was made into a smooth curved surface as much as possible. After a lot of hard work, the wheel that was barely acceptable was formed. Baki looked at the wheel in front of him and felt a little tired. Without using magic, most of his actions became great strength to achieve miracles, and the accuracy was only satisfactory. The inner and outer curved surfaces of the wheel he processed were not so much arc-shaped or ring-shaped, but rather polyhedrons composed of planes. But that's all. Axes, saws, and other things seem to be able to do only this much. After the wheel, it's the manufacture of the axle. The axle of the wheelbarrow does not need to be too long as it passes through the hole in the center of the wheel. There is still a part on both sides to connect to the body. This time, there is no need to pick from the big materials. When making the wheel before, only a few pieces of dry wood were used, and most of the tree trunks were still left. In his previous life, Baki had never seen how carpenters actually worked, so he naturally had no idea how to make a wooden axle. But when he watched TV before, he had seen the process of farmers chopping wood. He thought that, if he controlled the length of each piece of wood and modified the curved surface, it might be usable. After a lot of chopping, Baki finally picked out the wood that met his imagination, a relatively straight structure and a relatively suitable size. After that, it was a further cutting process. Under his control, the knife moved up and down to gradually turn an irregular square piece of wood into a cylinder. He tried to insert the cylinder into the reserved hole in the wheel. The first time it was too thick, and the second time it was too thin. So the material was scrapped, and the same work had to be done again. This time, Baki controlled his strength as much as possible and operated carefully. After wasting a considerable amount of time, he finally got a barely usable axle. In this way, the most troublesome wheel and axle parts were finally completed. The next step was the body part, which felt relatively easier. The body part is not that troublesome. If you don't care about the appearance, then various boards and wooden poles of different sizes can be used. The wooden boards are tied in sections with dead vines to form a cargo bottom surface. Holes are drilled on all four sides of the bottom surface, and the convex blocking surface is inserted. The wooden poles to be used in various places are also spliced with each other through handmade concave and convex structures. In addition, vine branches are wrapped around the necessary parts for reinforcement. The body of the car is basically completed. The next step is to drill holes at the connection between the axle and the body, and then hang the wheels. Damn drilling. Although Baki cursed in his heart, his hands did not stop moving. After another time-consuming and labor-intensive operation, a purely handmade unicycle was finally completed. It is rough and ugly, but it does work. However, this kind of body structure full of makeshift things will fall apart once too much weight is placed on it. Even if the weight is controlled to a level that does not cause it to fall apart, the effort required to push it through the rugged forest is not much easier than carrying it on your shoulders or back. Overall, this thing can really be said to be sharpening the knife before cutting wood. However, the effect of this wheelbarrow is completely disproportionate to the time spent on making it, which is a very wasteful sharpening knife behavior. Mia looked at it with laughter, and Funea ran away before it was formed. In order to avoid being angered, several apprentices around who were specially called by Baki to observe, and were told to carefully observe every process also had stiff faces, and lowered their heads, not knowing how to react. With a snap sound, a faint wave rolled. Mia, who was laughing so hard that she couldn't stand up, stopped laughing while covering her lower back. Then she turned her head and snorted softly, muttering, "HMPH. Stop laughing." Although the product was not satisfactory, at least Baki had a general understanding of the processes involved and the difficulties faced in each process. "Do you understand?" I understand." Although they didn't have the idea of the end of the myth, the apprentices who had been watching from the sidelines were also hesitant to say much in this situation. "You saw the unicycle made with magic yesterday. Compared with the purely handmade one today, what do you think?" "Don't be silent. The purpose of my building it has never been for perfection. It is to figure out the difficulties encountered in it and then solve them. There is another chapter coming soon. By the way, I'm asking for some votes. Chapter 94 Mechanical. Mia had already understood this. Her previous smile was only because the thing she made was too ugly. But the apprentices only realized it at this moment. I told you, Mr. Speaker, you can't fail. After they staged a dramatic drama in their minds, they began to seriously think about the question raised by Baki. From the bag hanging on the belt of his shorts, Baki took out a column and held it in his left hand. Then, he bent down and picked up the axle that was discarded when he made the wheelbarrow before and held it in his right hand. He stretched out his hand and opened it, motioning the trolls to look over. What do you think of these two things in my left and right hands? What is the difference between them? Hearing this, the trolls came forward to observe. In Baki's left hand, he held a cylindrical shaft. From the accuracy of the curved surface and the straightness of the shaft, it was obvious that this was the product of magic, and the rough column in his right hand was, needless to say, something that had just been handcrafted right under their noses. Rough, unrefined, error. The apprentices gave various answers, and even Funea, who had run away, quietly slipped back and gave a few opinions. Then where do you think the problem lies? Processing accuracy. Tools. Baki listened to these answers, nodded with satisfaction, and said, these are the problems I want to solve. How can we make the performance of handmade products close to that of magic products? We don't ask them to be exactly the same, but at least they must meet the standard of compatibility. My answer is to limit the role of magic in the production process to only produce tools for producing tools. Just now, you have been watching me making the unicycle. I believe you have already known the difficulties faced by each process. So, I want to leave the design problem to you to solve. Mr. Speaker, we don't have magic ability either. Baki did not answer the apprentice's question because he reacted and shut up halfway through. Apprentices are indeed the most suitable trolls for this design task. They have excellent brains second only to the witch doctor in the tribe, as well as rich knowledge, abundant energy, and a spirit of exploration. Moreover, all the apprentices have more or less experience in helping the witch doctor with research. In his previous life, Baki didn't know much about mechanical processing. His understanding of machine tools was limited to terms such as lathe and boring machine. He knew very little about the specific work they were responsible for. He only heard that lathe seemed to be used to make axles. So, after weighing the pros and cons, he decided, instead of wasting time and effort on himself, it would be better to let this task go completely. Including apprentices, any trolls with ideas and willingness can take the initiative to think about and study. Of course, he will also give some help in thinking. Otherwise, if they are really allowed to explore from scratch, it will take a long time to see the results. So, after saying this, he took out a few steelwood tree species and vine species and began to cast a spell. The witch doctor's research on steelwood and vines can be said to have never stopped. Speaking of steel and wood alone, they are now divided into several levels according to strength and rigidity. These different levels of materials can even be obtained through magic control during the growth process of the same tree species. The planted tree species quickly took root and sprouted and began to differentiate highly. After growing to a certain extent, the branches and trunks gradually became strange in shape. First, the ends were automatically segmented. After each section of steel and wood passed through the property, shape and adjustment valve of the blade teeth, they were initially shaped. They would shed their skin, leaves, and dehydrate on their own, and then degenerate into the tissue structures unique to various plants. Then they would break away from the main trunk and fall like ripe fruits. These fruits are long and short, sharp, strong, square, spherical, and some simply grow into the shape of gears. As time went by, when all the components were almost enough, Baki stopped its overall growth and began to control the trunk to deform and change. In the bark, the trunk gradually separated and became pillars or square cubes of different heights and thicknesses. At first, these cubes still retained a certain connection structure, but as time passed, they became independent from the outside to the inside and fell to the ground one after another with a pleasant metallic sound of dang dang dang. When the effect of the magic completely stopped, there was almost no trace of the tree growing in the original place except for the bare roots and the fallen leaves. The remaining roots and leaves did not have much strength transformation space due to their respective missions and the special nature of their internal components. In the end, they had to be abandoned. To some extent, this can also be regarded as giving back to the earth. After harvesting the steel and wood components, Baki planted vine seeds and used a similar method to make a batch of soft materials again. For example, the belts used to transmit mechanical energy, the springs and washers used for buffering. After completing all this, he began to assemble the parts according to the plan that was finally finalized after repeated attempts in the meditation space. The base, bearings, gears, pedals, balls, pulleys, belts, cutting blocks, and other parts that had been designed long ago were placed in different categories and positions. Since it was the first time to do such an operation, Baki found that this thing seemed to be more tiring than fighting Mia for 300 rounds. However, it finally seemed to be the case. A machine tool made of pure wood is divided into 3 parts: base, processing arm and operating room. Among them, the base is used to place the workpiece. Several independent processing arms are installed with various processing components, which are actually limited. The operating table is an independent space with a seat and a table, on which are connected several steering wheel shaped hollow discs of different sizes. At the bottom of the seat, where you can reach it by raising your feet, there is a suspended pedal with both ends fixed. There are no additional baffles installed on each part of the machine tool. The trolls can see its interior with their naked eyes. The gears, bearings, and other structures are combined with each other, like a flower, that gradually dazzles their eyes. Shanya, go get a big wood. It's okay if you don't take the bark or anything. Wiping off the non-existent sweat on his head, Baki ordered. Okay. Witnessing the birth of a machine with such a complex structure in front of him, Shanya was already excited and couldn't control himself. He ran away without restraint after hearing the words. After a while, he came back carrying a tree trunk. Baki took the tree trunk, which was not very thin, and carried it to the base and fixed it with a belt. After that, he sat down in front of the operating table, stepped on the pedal, pressed one of the many steering wheels, and counted 3, 2, 1 in his heart. Thump, tap, tap, creak, creak, buzz, buzz. As he operated, various mechanical music appeared one after another and echoed in the warehouse. I'm sorry that I posted it so late. There is a lot of homework. It was already late when I finished it. Please give me some votes. I also want double the votes. Chapter 95 New Trends. 2 in 1. One processing arm dropped down and locked in a fixed gear with a click. At the head of the processing arm was a high-speed rotating saw disc, which met the log moving forward driven by the slide rail, and sawed it into 2 pieces with a sizzling sound. Blade teeth stepped forward, unfastened the fixing device, and pushed one of the pieces away. The other piece was fixed to the 3-jaw chuck at the end of the processing table, so that it was suspended above the processing table. After that, he returned to the workstation, operated the turntable in front of him, and changed the other processing arm to slowly drop down. Holding an operating lever and pushing forward to change the gear, the original power transmission terminal was changed from the previous circular saw to the chuck at the end of the log. Then, he exerted force on the left and right feet and stepped on the bicycle pedal-like pedals very quickly. The force was transmitted to the chuck through the gears, bearings, belts and other components inside the machine tool, driving the log to start rotating. After that, Bayer found the area that controlled the second processing arm and turned several rotating discs with precise scales on the surface that could be accurately positioned, locking the horizontal displacement of the processing arm at a certain position. After several operations of vertical displacement, the extremely short steel wood knife clamped by the head of this processing arm slowly approached the outer edge of the rotating log at a certain stable cutting angle. The cubic knife was short and strong. After accurately cutting in and locking it in a fixed position, a brief burst of wood chips flew in the warehouse. After that, Bayer rotated the rotating disc that controlled the slide rail again, driving the 3-jaw chuck to move forward and backward at a moderate speed. wood chips flew again, and as the three-jaw chuck repeatedly moved forward and backward in a regular manner, the log quickly became thinner and rounder under the action of the knife. After almost completing all the steps, Baki left his workstation and removed the axis for inspection. First, he took a rough look and found that it looked quite straight. Then, he held it horizontally and turned it towards the light source at the door for further inspection. The result was very good. The axis was straight and the curved surface was smooth. No problem at all. Nodding with satisfaction, Baki returned to his workstation and operated the machine tool to continue working. He tried to manufacture a variety of workpieces such as gears, and the finished products were all flat and smooth. Although the difference between the same workpieces was not as accurate as that of the magic, its error rate was also limited to a certain acceptable even excellent range. First, all the workpieces were placed on the ground one by one, and the apprentices who were almost stunned by the onlookers came forward to check them out. Then, Baki said, "I want you to design this kind of machine, which I would like to call a machine tool. The one in front of you has 3 functions: sawing, turning, and boring. Whether it is a saw blade, a turning tool, or a boring tool, they all use the most advanced level 3 strong steel and wood in the tribe today, and the size can be replaced according to the needs of the workpiece. And components such as gears are made of level 3 tough steel and wood, which can also be replaced depending on the situation. Whether it is the strength of the processing end or the durability of the car body, it is sufficient to support the processing of any material below level 3. In other words, whether it is level 1 steel and wood, that is not divided into strong and tough, or level 2 strong steel and wood, tough steel and wood, or any known natural wood or stone, it is within its working range. But remember, your goal is not to operate it to make parts for assembling ships and wheelbarrows, but to use it to manufacture standard parts for the next level machine tools that you will design later. Remember the word standard I said. See the scales on these turntables?" Baki led the trolls who had finished looking at the workpieces to the machine tool operating table and pointed to the steering wheels on the table. "I see. This is the essence of the standard. The error of the final product will be affected by the accuracy of its upstream and downstream processing chains. If this is a mother machine, and it has a processing accuracy second only to magic, then what you have to design and manufacture are sub-machines. Their processing accuracy and strength will inevitably drop to a lower level, and in the future, if the processing chain is extended again, to derive sub-machines of sub-machines, and so on, then this accuracy gap may be further amplified. In order to minimize the impact of this, and ensure the interchangeability of various components, we must do a good job of error control at the upstream of the processing chain, and strictly design and implement the manufacturing standards of each workpiece. So, do you understand?" The trolls nodded one after another, indicating that they understood the cause and effect relationship. "Of course, it's too early to talk about design now. The first thing you need to do is to thoroughly study the working principle of this mother machine. This so-called principle is not the method of use, but its more fundamental internal operating logic. For example, look here, and then look here." Baki was pointing to an area composed of multiple sets of gears meshing with each other. "Why can these gears transmit the force of my pedaling to other places? Their size, arrangement, meshing direction, and even the spacing between the teeth. What role do they play in the process of force transmission? And this place?" As he said, he grasped an operating panel at hand and slowly turned it 45 degrees. A creaking sound came from the processing table, and the slide rail moved forward several meters. Baki then stopped what he was doing and continued, "I'm here, and I've only made the turntable turn such a short distance. Why is there such a large displacement at the active end? And these creaking noises, very annoying, right? Why does this sound appear? How can we reduce it? Can it be avoided completely? If it can be avoided, what should we do? If it is unavoidable, then why? These are what you should explore now. Only when you have mastered them, when you encounter difficulties in this area in life and work, you will be able to think about why, and use this knowledge to further think about how to solve it. And thinking about how to solve it is what I consider to be the starting point of design. In addition, if you have made great progress in your thinking about the principles, you will have the opportunity to present it at the Witch Doctor Academic Conference. In addition, do you remember your previous experiences in school? Remember those clay tablets with knowledge such as mathematics and physics written on them? Bakke's uniform motion theorem, Bakke's two-variable linear equation. My name will be remembered by the tribe forever and ever along with this knowledge. If you have made achievements in the field of mechanical principles, then your names will also have this honor from now on. The machine tool was carried away by the apprentices and Funiba who wanted to get involved no matter what. Such a huge thing, even with their strong bodies. It took dozens of trolls to succeed. The tribe now has so many bases and the number of apprentices is nearly 100, so this machine tool is not enough. Even if they don't ask for, and don't need to have it in every base, at least several machine tools with different functions must be configured in the headquarters and the largest base under their feet, so that they can study it. Therefore, Bakke has to work overtime here to build a few more. When he returns to the tribe later, he will have to continue to do so. The functions of the machine tools built after that will not be as troublesome as continuing to build a 3-in-1. It will be enough to have a few more machines with single functions. As for what specific functions to equip, I'm sorry that he doesn't know much about mechanical processing. For the time being, he can only think of a limited number of boring, turning, sawing and bull milling. As for other functions in the future, let the specific researchers slowly find and figure them out. Bakke no longer intends to intervene in the research after this. The tribe is always in the development stage. If he wants, there are actually many things that he can participate in from all aspects. But Bakke is not a nanny, and he can't split himself up and take care of the progress of so many projects at the same time. Therefore, choosing to let go after giving the relevant direction may be the best choice. Bakke stayed at the original site of the Kabi tribe for more than a month. During this period, he not only participated in the further construction of the station, but also manufactured several machine tools with single functions. The apprentices who hoped to leave a name in history moved away happily. In addition, the negotiations between the three tribes have been reached, and it has been preliminarily decided that the prisoners will be handed over in the so-called Holy Mountain after 80 days and nights, 2 months, and further discussions on the future relations between the four sides will be held. The three tribes have lost this batch of strong laborers for a long time, and the current situation of each tribe is precarious. They can only survive by relying on the food stored in the Holy Mountain for many years. Therefore, they are actually unwilling to continue waiting, and would rather the Ya tribe come to negotiate as soon as possible. For this, they are willing to pay more fines. However, their appeal was rejected by Bakke, who decided not to limit this talk to the participation of the four parties, but to go further and turn it into a conversation between the entire Black Forest tribe. Originally, he did not intend to do this, but after thinking about it, he found that this is indeed a great opportunity. Whether it is the previous treatment of the Kabi tribe, or the victory over the three tribes earlier, once combined with the scene of the arrival of a large number of prisoners this time, it will definitely cause great deterrence to the tribes. In order to make more effective use of this, Blade Fang will send apprentices to serve as messengers. They will wear the most gorgeous clothes of the tribe, hold clay tablets with invitation letters, and set out to the east, south, and southeast to convey the will of the tribe to the chiefs and witch doctors of the Black Forest tribes. The tribes will be required to send all the old witch doctors, old apprentices, chiefs and their respective tribes, plus at least one other powerful troll with a say. They are required to arrive at the Holy Mountain and wait within 60 days and nights, and they will not be waited for after the deadline. Otherwise, the next visit will be the army of the Fang tribe. Coincidentally, not long ago, the wolf pack tracked down a herd of moose again, and led the tribe's hunter team to catch them all. The apprentices who were responsible for taking care of the moose herd also figured out the concept and method of desensitization training. Taking advantage of the previous idle window, the tribe once again expanded the scale of the war soldiers, and the number of cavalry members has reached 120. This time, these new and old cavalrymen can just serve as the escorts for the envoys. But there is another problem that needs to be solved. This time, Bakke has obtained the power of arbitrary decision in the parliament, and will be fully responsible for the follow-up of the three departments. But this time, his trip has exceeded the scope of the three departments and concerns the entire Black Forest tribes. In any case, this is not within the scope of his authorization. If he takes the initiative, it will be a completely arbitrary act. Baki considers himself to be a good troll and a good witch doctor who leads by example, so he will naturally not do things on his own. In order to solve this hidden danger, he used magic to weave a large sail with the help of Chuanaya, and according to the existing parameters, it took 5 days to use magic to create an ultra small fast paddle boat. The new ship abandoned most of the oars, and in order to speed up the construction speed, it also greatly reduced its own tonnage, and further made the hull narrower and longer. There is also a mast standing high on it, with a large concave streamlined sail hanging on it, which can allow the ship to absorb enough wind power, whether it is facing the wind or against the wind. At certain specific angles, the speed of a ship with such a sail can even exceed the speed of the wind itself when sailing against the wind. It is a pity that the terrain and wind resources of the Black Forest cannot give it enough room to play. Its most ideal stage is still the sea. However, even so, under the combined effect of the sail and the current, the fast paddle boat still brought several clay tablets with Baki's proposal back to the headquarters at a very fast speed. Although the return journey was not so fast, after choosing a day with good wind direction, not necessarily with a tailwind, it also brought Baki the new authorization of the council hall and the notice of additional troops quite efficiently. Accompanying them is another group of apprentices who will serve as messengers this time. Food, new clothes, new weapons, and authorizations have all been in place. With everything ready, the delegation consisting of 120 cavalrymen and 20 apprentice envoys will soon set out from the station. They will first be divided into 2 groups, half of which will go south to the 3 tribes area, and then go to the surrounding tribes in groups again. The other half will continue to travel east by boat, and then dock separately according to their destinations. The Kabi tribe is very close to the 3 tribes area, and the large team led by Baki will arrive in less than 5 days, so he has plenty of time to prepare. Since it is a deterrent action against the high level of the entire Black Forest tribes, the earlier plan is no longer feasible, and a larger scale deployment of combat soldiers and hunters is essential. In the latest expansion, in addition to adding cavalry to a complete brigade, the combat soldiers also added a brigade of array soldiers. The total scale has reached 2 brigade array soldiers plus 1 brigade of cavalry, a total of 375 combat soldiers. In addition to all of them participating in this operation, the council also decided to send an additional 40 teams of hunters, a total of 400 trolls, to serve as hunters to strengthen their prestige. For the headquarters, whose total population is just over 3,000, excluding the 3 female captives, this level of military deployment is enough to feel pressure. For this reason, the size of the hunter teams in all garrisons will be reduced, leaving only a limited force to protect the warehouses. The headquarters will also have to shrink hunting activities at the same time, and concentrate its forces just in case. However, compared with the shortage of numbers, the pressure on the warehouses is not great. The trolls have been storing all kinds of meat and plant food like hamsters over the years, and the ice storage is almost full from beginning to end. The size of the orchard is also expanding year by year, and adding a few fruit trees during rest is a common behavior of all witch doctors. This operation is to relieve the pressure on the hunting grounds and consume the earliest part of the food inventory. After all, the age of some of the storage can be traced back to a long time ago. I don't have it today. Please give me some votes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, Asking for Leave, Kept by the Teacher. I was stuck in the lab all day today, and I really can't get away. I don't know what time I can go home in the evening. I'm so sorry to ask for leave. Chapter 97, Arrival, available on Friday. Please support. In the Black Forest, tribes usually have a certain population limit. Although it is not to say that they cannot be fed if the limit is exceeded, but once it exceeds a certain range, the survival of the tribe as a whole will become extremely difficult. This difficulty arises under the combined influence of many factors. The most important of these are disease and hunger. Let's talk about hunger first. Although the more the population, the stronger the tribe's overall hunting ability should be. But if the development of hunting tools cannot keep up with the scale of population expansion, the ratio of food consumption to food acquisition may not form a healthy increasing relationship. In addition, in areas where a large number of trolls are concentrated all year round, both monsters and ordinary prey will tend to migrate, making it even more difficult to obtain food. Under the influence of these two factors, the growth of the tribe's ability to obtain food will face a bottleneck, and the pressure of population will begin to appear. As for disease, trolls are not unnatural species that only eat and drink, and do not defecate. On the basis of eating a lot every day, they also produce a huge amount of excrement. Due to the immaturity of concepts and understandings, or simply the lack of them, these excrement will be left alone and automatically cleaned up by the power of nature and terrain. For this reason, the locations of the tribes are usually in areas with relatively high terrain, and the relatively abundant rainfall in the Black Forest will follow the resulting terrain difference to wash away the accumulated filth in the tribe. These filths are not only their own excrement, but also the residues after processing prey and eating, such as dirty blood, intestines, etc. This cleaning mode that relies on the sky naturally has its upper limit and fluctuates between 1500 and 2300 populations according to geographical differences. Going up, except for a few tribes that are really blessed by nature, most tribes will become dirty mountains that harbor filth. Over time, in these dirty mountains, some diseases that even trolls cannot be completely immune to will breed, causing the members of the tribe to become weak or even die. The reasons for these situations may still remain unknown after generations of which doctors summarize and infer, but most tribes have formed a habit of migration and diversion based on the phenomenon. When the population of a tribe approaches a danger line and produces certain specific signs, the witch doctors will conduct an active population diversion based on the few words passed down by their ancestors. A group of sub-adult and adult trolls with a suitable male-female ratio, carrying a small amount of food, began to travel far away. They relied on the food they carried with them, and more often on hunting along the way, and set out on a journey to find new hunting grounds. This journey is full of uncertainty, but there is generally hope. Some migrating teams will be attacked by fierce monsters along the way and eaten up without a single one left. But monsters are usually creatures with a certain degree of intelligence. They know how to seek benefits and avoid harm better than ordinary animals, and usually will not actively attack a team of trolls with a scale of more than dozens, unless it is necessary. This will only happen when luck is extremely bad or there is a huge hatred between the two sides. Some migrating teams, after having gone through so much trouble to find a hunting ground, found that it was the territory of other tribes, and then conflicts occurred. The outcome was either being driven away or directly dying. Fortunately, the Black Forest is large enough, and the population is far from saturated. Therefore, there are still a lot of unowned lands between the tribes for these diverted populations to settle down. Therefore, this situation will only happen when it is very unlucky. The troll migration teams that have not encountered any of the above situations and have successfully found a new unowned hunting ground will start looking for a suitable station near the hunting ground and start building their own new tribe and new home. It is precisely because of the existence of this diversion mechanism that, except for a few completely foreign tribes such as the Ya tribe, there is actually a natural distinction between close groups among the other tribes of all sizes in the Black Forest. These groups will maintain a certain degree of friendly relations, especially when the new tribe grows to a certain size and naturally has its own witch doctor. It may return to the original headquarters to seek inheritance. But this friendship does not have any substantial ruling relationship, nor does it have a stable and certain communication channel. It is just a simple fellow countryman friendship. The visit of the Ya tribe envoys this time has promoted this kind of communication in a sense. In order to avoid accidents in the delegation, those ultra-small tribes without witch doctors, usually led by irritable chiefs alone, were chosen by Baki to let go. For such tribes, the delegation only needs to hand over a set of invitation letters consisting of pictures, and the rest does not need to be taken care of. As for those normal tribes with witch doctors, the apprentices are required to express more They will show the leaders of those tribes with a polite and slightly disdainful attitude, and show the all-round advantages of themselves and the Ya tribe behind them in culture, materials, and strength. In addition, they will also reveal to those witch doctors some of the achievements of the Ya tribe in magic. Under the impact of the information they learned, whether they want to borrow inheritance or seek shelter, these witch doctors will basically find their respective headquarters to try to communicate, and meet the witch doctors in the headquarters, who are also bombarded with information and confused. When 2 months were almost over, many teams heading to the 3 tribes began to form teams based on kinship. The 3 tribes, which had received relevant notices long ago, also reluctantly opened their doors and chose to welcome them. So for dozens of days before and after, the 3 tribes welcomed an unprecedented grand scene. The heads of the tribes of all sizes and the entire Black Forest area gathered in the Killen tribe, fulfilling the ambitions of the young witch doctors of the 3 tribes before the war. However, this way of completion seemed to be completely opposite to their dreams. When they meet, they will communicate. Although the languages of the tribes in the Black Forest are not well developed, they are not seriously divided. Even the trolls of the easternmost and westernmost tribes can basically understand what they want to express through gestures and words. Therefore, in the reluctance of the trolls of the 3 tribes, in addition to the Gabi tribe massacre widely publicized by Chu and Yap, the process and results of the 4 tribes war that was originally only circulated among the tribes of the 3 tribes in a small range, were naturally known to the heads of the tribes who came. The witch doctors of various tribes naturally felt uneasy after hearing this, and even the chiefs whose minds were full of fighting and mating, became a little more alert. After nearly 80 days and nights, an army that seemed to be larger than the total population of their own tribe slowly approached through the forest. This kind of uneasiness reached a peak. Except for the 400 to 500 trolls who were obviously prisoners, the rest of the trolls of the Ya tribe wore uniform pants, held shields and spears to form strict teams. Each team was combined into a larger squadron, shouting unified and loud, but incomprehensible strange slogans, marching in unison, or stopping at the same pace. At this moment, even though the trolls of various tribes had never heard of the concept of obeying orders and prohibiting prohibitions, they vaguely understood something different. During the 60 to 70 days of preparation for the march, with the joint efforts of the 2 witch doctors and the original and subsequent trolls, the new settlement has changed with each passing day. In addition to the warehouse area and the centralized storage area that were completed early, the residential area, roads, and the overall environment have made great and significant progress. In particular, the construction of the residential area has far exceeded expectations. On the basis of the original, it has expanded outward into 4 sectors in the southeast, northwest, and northeast, with a total of nearly 1,000 houses. For this reason, even the outer fence wall that had been built earlier was repeatedly moved hundreds of meters away. The roads inside the settlement have also formed a relatively solid road surface under the back and forth pressure of the huge rolling logs, making the tribe look extremely clean. Although there is no time to build a sewer, there is no headquarters. Every 5 houses are allocated a public toilet, supplemented by strict reward and punishment regulations. The sanitation of the settlement is guaranteed to a certain extent. With the efforts of all parties, the new settlement finally formed a circular area with a diameter of 1 kilometer and a nearly regular shape. The Gabi tribe was originally just a small tribe that was developed in the forest. Due to time and labor constraints, it was not able to expand much construction land, and the forest was just a few steps outside the tribe. For the Ya tribe, which was a latecomer, this had both advantages and disadvantages. The former was the convenience of obtaining materials, and the latter was reflected in the additional steps of logging and development. However, there must be brave men under great rewards. Baki used more food and the principle of piecework rewards in exchange for the production enthusiasm of the people and captives. With the efforts of 3 shifts, they finally caught up with the construction progress. When the army was about to set off, the construction of the settlement was left with only some detailed repair work, which was left to the remaining trolls to handle. Baki himself, together with the 2 witch doctors, Mihir and Funea, led a large army to set off on the road to Sanbu. Originally, he had planned for Funega and Mihir to stay behind, to build the place more fully, but this proposal was opposed by Mihir. The reason for the opposition was not out of personal feelings, but because she believed that this trip was risky and that a single witch doctor might not be able to guarantee his own safety. So many heads of tribes, big and small, were about to gather in the 3 regions. If a witch doctor had bad intentions and wanted to sacrifice his own interests for the greater good, he could drag Baki with him to death. This reason not only convinced Funiga, who originally didn't care and was even willing to stay, but also convinced Baki to break out in a cold sweat and began to reflect on whether he was too arrogant. In this way, the witch doctor who went to the holy mountain changed from Baki alone to 3 others, together with the combat soldiers and the hunters who came to support from various garrisons. There were about 800 or 900 of them. In addition, the male captives who had made great contributions to the construction of the tribe were also escorted on the road after a full meal. The areas along the way had been scouted several times, and as the army marched, there were always drummers clearing the way, so they did not encounter any dangers worthy of attention. A few days later, the white top of the holy mountain appeared in the distance at the end of the forest. After several days of marching, the trees in the Black Forest, which were not too dense to begin with, gradually became sparse. From this, it can be seen that they finally arrived near Kulangbu. At this time, the hunter team responsible for reconnaissance work in front suddenly reported that they had met members of the cavalry. Baki met with them and realized that his previous order had been flawed again. The half of the delegation that set out by land, when they arrived at the Sanbu area on the way, realized that they and the other trolls did not seem to be told where to go after fulfilling their mission. Should they return to the base or go to the Sanbu area to wait for the reunion? After discussing with each other, the apprentices and the members of the cavalry decided to take advantage of the loophole and go directly to Sanbu to join in the fun on the return journey. So, after they fulfilled their respective missions, they calculated the possible route of the army, detoured to the north and set up camp in the forest. Although this was a self-initiated decision, it was after all Baki's own negligence, so he did not blame him, but applauded his subjective initiative, and chose to praise him. After an episode, half of the members of the delegation were reunited, and they had a meal together. Baki first recalled the hunters who were scattered along the way for reconnaissance. He also found shallow streams that can be seen everywhere in the forest, and asked each team to wash in batches and change into new clothes they brought with them. After finishing the packing, in order to better show the power of the Yabu, the large army had to organize and reorganize. The Yabu team organized at the edge of the forest, where the trees were more sparse, and appeared directly in a complete formation. In the front, there were Baki, Mitaya, Funea, and the nearly 80 cavalrymen behind them, forming a mighty front. Although no demon level leader appeared in the moose herd captured again, several secondary leaders were contributed to the tribe. Miya and Shuana were required to tame 2 of them as mounts first, because of the special mission this time, and for convenience, the tribe directly sent the mounts they reserved by water. Therefore, at this moment, at the foot of the northern foot of the holy mountain, on the flat ground not far from the Kilon tribe, 3 knights who looked particularly tall appeared. After that, there was a tight square formation of 300 soldiers, who slowly approached with shield walls and spears. Further behind, there was a hollow square formation composed of 400 hunters, who surrounded the captives, and advanced in the center. The heads of all parties who had been waiting in the Kilon tribe had spontaneously climbed up the fence at this time, watching intently, and further felt the gap between them. The uneasy mentality was spreading. They didn't understand why the Ya tribe had become like this. Obviously everyone lived in the same forest. Why did the gap suddenly become so big? Therefore, in the face of the obvious huge gap, the witch doctors, who were relatively more active, quickly pulled over the chiefs of their own tribes and earnestly advised them to be calm and not to be impulsive. Although the chiefs were aggressive and impulsive, as intelligent creatures, they at least had the ability to distinguish the strong from the weak. Therefore, even if they felt uncomfortable, they had to hold their heads down, suppress their thoughts, and maintain a low profile. The army shouted the slogan Yabu, victory instead of 1, 2, 1, and gradually approached the Kilon tribe 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. The remnants of the 3 tribes, but they did not show any signs of opening the door on their own initiative. Is it the gathering of witch doctors and leaders of the Black Forest tribes that makes them feel ashamed? Or do they have other thoughts? Maybe, maybe not, but Baki didn't care. He squinted his eyes and observed the heads sticking out of the fences on both sides, looking at the yearning or vigilant eyes in their eyes. And the Killen tribe, that seemingly solid gate. Baki leaned forward slightly, leaned over to the Mounseer and whispered something. The moose leader responded with a haughty snort, as if to say easy, leave it to me. Baki stroked her neck, turned back and said to Maya and Funea, Maya, bless it with strong and huge force. Funea, you bless it with brute force and speed. After saying that, without waiting for the two to respond, he also chanted the corresponding spells of solid, strong wind and delay. However, the object of his blessing was not the mount but himself. The team continued to move forward, and after climbing a gentle slope, they arrived dozens of meters in front of the Killen tribe gate. During this period, the 3 witch doctors had also completed their respective spells. Baki pulled the reins and raised his left fist to signal to stop. After the army stopped as ordered, he bent down and took down the folded, 12-meter long, specially made super heavy spear from the hook on the side of the mount's abdomen. Baki pressed the thread in his hand to align and assemble, tapped the mount's abdomen with his feet, and completely released the control of the reins, allowing the moose leader to move forward slowly by feeling 50 meters. He held the super heavy spear tightly in front and behind his hands and held it on his waist and raised it forward 45 meters. He leaned over, squeezed his legs, and began to accumulate strength in his muscles 40 meters. The blue-purple skin on his chest and back began to glow 35 meters. From his pupils, a purple light that was almost materialized shot out 30 meters. The mound suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, there was a loud boom, and the gate of the Killen tribe facing the north suddenly broke. A gust of wind suddenly rose, blowing away the fragments of the gate that were almost shattered into powder from the center, revealing the blade that still maintained its forward stabbing shape. Front, back, left, right, and all around, all fell into silence. There is only one chapter today, but 4800 plus is considered 2-in-1 for my level. In addition, the editor in charge notified that it will be put on the shelves on Friday, and I hope everyone can support it then. The first order is not only related to future performance, but also has a significant impact on the author's mentality. Therefore, I sincerely hope that all book friends can give support. Finally, as usual, I ask for votes. Chapter 98 Preparation and Communication, available at noon tomorrow. Please pre-order. Oh. Shattered into powder is, after all, just an exaggerated way of describing it. In fact, to smash the entire gate into powder with one blow, it requires much more than just strength. However, whether it is the 30 meters that were suddenly crossed, or the strength that broke the huge and seemingly solid gate with one blow, after all, the onlookers on the left and right fences had their eyes shattered on the spot. Among them, the eyes of the witch doctors flickered. Recently, in the communication with the trolls, who had personally experienced the war in the 3 parts, they more or less noticed something special. For example, there are many witch doctors. Casting spells is easy. The terrible vines appeared in the center of the battlefield, etc. Originally, they didn't believe in such layman remarks. But just now, they saw with their own eyes the ability to cross a long distance in a short time. Perhaps this can be explained by taming the monster, but the power after that is definitely inhuman, and it is not something that the troll can easily achieve with its flesh. It is the power of magic, the smell of the magic beast casting a spell. So, such an association is naturally generated. Combined with the few words that the messengers of the Ya department vaguely revealed during their previous visit, the meaning contained in it is far from being summarized by a few simple sentences. Therefore, most of the witch doctor's eyes were not on the actor Baki at this time, but instead stared at Funea and Mia behind him. Obviously, although these 2 young witch doctors are very knowledgeable, they did not take the initiative to hide their shortcomings just now due to their limited experience. Whether it was the strange movements of the hands when casting a spell or the mumbling in the mouth during the period, it seemed that they were seen clearly by the old witch doctors above. But it doesn't matter. The new technique is a bait for fishing. Baki deliberately didn't remind them. The result now is one of the effects he wanted to achieve. Unlike these witch doctors, who get straight to the point, the chiefs of each tribe are relatively more plain. Their eyes are all glued to Baki at this moment. Weapons, mounts, and himself are stared at by unconcealed eyes. The simplicity of the chiefs is not kindness. According to their respective temperaments and genders, they gave many interesting reactions at this time. Among them, the bold and generous males are naturally nakedly envious and yearning, and their eyes reveal a sense of admiration. But there are also some guys with fierce eyes, and their eyes flash with viciousness and jealousy. And most females have a stronger desire in their eyes at this time, just like when males see beautiful females. Aside from the spectators, who were watching the fun, and were very likely to take the fun to their own homes, back is knocking the mountain. To shock the tiger also hit the heart of the owner of this place. His gorgeous way of appearance made the brains of the three departments no longer play ostriches, even if they did not have such a concept. Soon, a young witch doctor who looked familiar came out with a forced smile. His eyes kept scanning Baki's majestic body, the fragments of the gate on the ground, and the oppressive army not far away. His face was stiff, and he didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Baki slowly disassembled the super heavy spear, and put it back to its original place. He tapped the belly of the moose with his feet, and walked to the witch doctor. He looked down, and took the initiative to speak. "I seem to have seen you somewhere." "Yes, Mr. Chairman of the Ya department. I was lucky to live in your department for a while." It sounded nice, but Baki understood immediately that this was one of the nobles who were captured and released. "Oh. It seems that you have learned our language. Your new language is a good thing, accurate and rich." "Hahaha, good. Very good. You can recognize the goods, so future negotiations will be much easier." "Haha. Please." The witch doctor stepped aside and made way, but Baki did not mean to follow the host's wishes. He raised his hand high and made a one gesture in front of his puzzled eyes. Then, the finger that was originally upward turned again and made a stop gesture from the side to the ground, where he was standing at this time. Then, the 70 or 80 cavalrymen in the back, including the two witch doctors, all rode their horses and galloped over. They roared in the ugly face of the welcome and occupied the area where the original gate was. But Funea and Mia stopped beside Baki and nodded to the welcoming witch doctor. After the greetings, Baki did not shy away from the fact that his master was still there and directly instructed them, Mia and all the cavalry, as well as the totem soldiers, follow me inside, and Funea will bring the remaining troops to camp here. After all, I was the one who broke the gate, so I'll let you guys work hard and fix it for them. Ah, I understand. Repair it carefully and carefully, from the inside to the outside, and from the outside to the inside at the same time, but remember that slow work produces fine work. Looking at Funea's half-understood expression, Baki had to make his words clearer. I understand. Mr. Speaker, I will do my best to do this job in detail. Funea was not stupid but very smart. At this time, he had already realized and understood why Baki was worried, and made a serious promise. Baki nodded, motioning him to do his work first, then asked the receptionist, "Well, this, Your Excellency Speaker Kilifin, I'm Kilifin." "Oh, that's a nice name. What does it mean?" "I mean in the new language. This." Kilifin tried his best to keep smiling, and after thinking for a moment, he answered uncertainly, "It sounds like free-flowing wind." Haha. If there were words in the original troll language that could express such a complex meaning, why would I promote the new language? Baki actually understood that Kilifin was the original pronunciation of cloud. He was just making small talk. "Then tell me how you pronounce my name." "Nestor's new language is sharp. Thanks, Mr. Speaker." "Really? I said that all trolls in the world are one family. Isn't that right? Even though our Ya tribe is an outsider, the basic pronunciation is quite similar." You are right." Baki's words were not aimless. His name was pronounced Nestor even in the tribe. In just a few words, the infantry in the rear, led by Funea, replaced the cavalry's gatekeeping task. By the way, several totem soldiers replaced the original cavalry and acted as temporary cavalry to come near Baki. Baki looked and found that the moose, that had completed the desensitization training, did not show any signs of being frightened because of the different masters, so he was relieved. So he stopped talking, urged his mount to go to the interior of the Kili tribe, and left only one sentence. "Okay, let's go." "I understand." Looking at the ruins of the tightly guarded gate, Kilifan sighed helplessly and had to follow the two who were already moving forward, Baki and Miaya, and went to the interior of the Kilon tribe under the double team of knights. The Kilon tribe, built on a terrace at the foot of the northern slope of the so-called Holy Mountain, is the second largest tribe in terms of land area that Baki has ever seen. However, I heard from the captives before that the Southfoot Rikia tribe is the strongest of the three tribes. Although it is unknown how many population this tribe had before the war, it is known that it originally had 3 old system witch doctors. In the old system without the means of training witch doctors, whether a witch doctor is born depends entirely on individual talent, and the probability of the appearance of a genius can be said to be closely related to the population base. Judging from the general proportion of the tribes, the population of the Likia tribe must be more than 2500 plus, which is a giant in the Black Forest. However, they first lost some strong laborers in the war. This time they are destined to lose hundreds of females at a time due to the influence of the Ya tribe's policy, and in the previous action against the Ya tribe cavalry, their witch doctor also sacrificed one of his own accord. Under the devastation of so many blows, its strength has become yesterday's flower. Of course, these strengths and weaknesses are for normal tribes. For the Ya tribe, they are not worth mentioning, whether before or now. Back to the interior of the Kuri tribe, compared with the 2 small and medium-sized tribes of Finay and Noman that I have visited in person before, the building density and housing quality here can be said to be incomparable. But compared to the headquarters of the Ya department and many newly built garrisons, it has an obvious shortcoming. The ground is muddy and the environment is relatively dirty. There is a stench of rotten water and the smell of feces that comes from nowhere and seems to be everywhere. This wave of stench stimulates the nerves of all the visitors from the Ya department, making them frown and hold their breath. Kilifan saw the obvious changes in the faces of the guests. After all, he spent several months as a captive in the Ya department. During this period, he not only learned a new troll language that was expanded from the so-called original troll language, but also saw many unique features of the Ya department. Therefore, Kilifan soon understood the reason for their change of face. This realization first made him feel the pleasure of revenge for the first time in a long time, but this so-called pleasure was only fleeting, and he immediately came back to his senses and realized, this doesn't seem to be something to be proud of. Such thoughts flashed through his mind in a mixture of old and new troll language, making his green face blush a little, and he lowered his head in shame. Trolls are creatures with sensitive senses, but they have a strong tolerance to the environment. The people of the Fang department are actually not that hypocritical, and naturally they can't really feel uncomfortable because of this little odor. In fact, their performance at this time is more of a deliberate attitude, expressing I hate this place, but I try not to take the initiative to find fault. This useless trick was naturally the idea of Baki. He wanted to use this method to keep the trolls from other departments, especially the smart witch doctors, in a state of being reminded at all times. Let these guys always remember that there is a civilization gap between them and the Fang department. It's hard to say whether it's useful or not, but it won't make me lose any money anyway. There's only one chapter today. It will be on the shelves tomorrow at 12:05 noon. Book friends, please give me a first order. If you are willing to open an automatic subscription, I will be very grateful. The collection is not high. If everyone doesn't follow up, then this book will be doomed. Oh. Thank you for your support. Chapter 99. Remarks on the release. Main text will be posted around 1 o'clock. The first time I put the book on the shelf, I was just nervous. I don't have any words to say. So I'll make a wish. I hope that in the process of writing this book, I can slowly learn how to tell a story, have a gradually calm writing style, and learn to control the rhythm. And most importantly, I hope that I can stick to the end and finish the book. I don't have too much extravagant expectations for the results. I just hope to earn some living expenses. It would be great if I can replace the income from part-time jobs with the income from writing books. I can wake up with a smile in my dreams. Finally, let me talk about the burst of updates after the book is put on the shelf. Because the schoolwork burden is really heavy, I don't save any manuscripts at all. But I have to show some respect for the book, so I rushed out 8,500 words all night last night. According to my usual habit of 2,000 plus per chapter, it can barely be considered as 4 chapters. I can call it a burst of updates. Okay. I will get up around 1 PM and post a large chapter in the format of 4 in 1. Forgive me for being so sleepy. I have to take a nap before the afternoon class. See you at noon. Chapter 100 Negotiation. 4 in 1. First order. Negotiation was held in a large courtyard similar to a conference hall in the center of the Killen tribe. The direct participants were the 4 tribes of Yat, Rikia, Killen, and Vitlay. Baki was the leader of the Yat tribe, and Meir assisted him. The holy mountainside was represented by Killen tribe witch doctor Killathan, who spoke the same language as the general representative, and the other 2 tribes also sent witch doctors to participate. The chiefs of the 3 tribes were of course also present, but due to their IQ level, they were excluded from the scope of the negotiation. In addition to the 4 high-level officials who participated directly or indirectly, the witch doctors and chiefs of the foreign tribes were also asked to watch. Before the start, Baki first let Meir show a surgical technique, directly planting steel and wood seeds, to create a long table and backrest chairs on the spot. Buzz 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 buzz. This move caused a strong mental shock to all the witch doctors present. They were always known for their stability, and they even rushed directly to the table and looked around in disbelief. Then, with bloodshot eyes, he looked straight at Meir. If she hadn't been accompanied by 5 guards, she would have been dissected on the spot to satisfy everyone's curiosity and thirst for knowledge. But even so, under the group effect, the witch doctors were still eager to move. Some young and impulsive ones even thought of uniting all their chiefs and warriors to charge. Meir looked at this group of hungry wolf-like guys and the 3 representatives who obviously acted as if it's none of my business, but she was not panicked at all, because she knew that her husband was by her side and had already made a corresponding plan for this situation. Swish swish. Just as she trusted, a sharp whistle sounded from the mouth of the blade, followed by the trampling sound of the cavalry cluster charging from far to near. In a blink of an eye, the 70 cavalrymen who had been ready for battle charged in full gear. When they reached the courtyard wall, which seemed particularly low to them, they pulled the reins together. The mounts stood up in unison in one direction, and then landed with almost unanimous stomping sounds, and stopped steadily a few meters outside the fence. Dabba, who had already served as the captain of the cavalry brigade, was responsible for the command of half of the cavalry in this mission. At this time, he was in the front row of the group, riding a tall moose, and proudly passed horizontally through the gap between the group and the fence. He slowly moved from the charge position in the center to the command position on the right, controlled the mount to stand still, and shouted with the command phrases that he had mastered quite well. Spears raised. Prepare to attack. With his order, 70 cavalry super heavy spears were raised straight. The 12-meter long spear tip pointed directly at the trolls in the courtyard, who were ready to move. Kill. Dabba shouted. Kill, kill. The cavalry responded. 3 intimidating kill words fell, and less than a few breaths later, even more deafening shouts came from the direction of the tribal gate. In the courtyard, the witch doctors' faces turned blue in such a scene, and they all put on stiff smiles and began to retreat step by step. The chiefs and warriors who were almost used as guns were braver. They stood up, held the various weapons they always had with them, and entered a state of alert. But from their fierce and vigilant eyes, they could tell that they didn't actually understand what was going on. After a while, seeing that the group of weird cavalry did not choose to attack directly, these warriors looked at their own witch doctors, as if asking, "What's wrong? What's going on?" The witch doctors all returned to their warriors, saying something like, "I'm sorry, it's all my chief's fault for being too impulsive." Then they smiled awkwardly, because everyone had almost the same excuse. Then, they hurriedly pulled their chiefs and warriors to sit cross-legged. In just a few breaths, the previous chaos disappeared in the eyes of the few remaining witch doctors in the 3 divisions, who looked a little disappointed, as if it had never appeared. Baki and Meir had already sat in their own seats, the former with a look of contempt and the latter with a cold expression, silently watching the witch doctors of the 3 divisions who almost let the situation develop. The eyes of both sides met in midair, staring, flickering, and avoiding. The witch doctors of the three divisions sighed silently and chose to sit down in silence. When their butts landed on this strange stool called a bench, they seemed to realize that they had to learn to sit in front of the other party. The sadness and helplessness in their hearts became even worse. Their faces turned pale and obviously lost their spirit. Baki put his left hand around his chest, and his right elbow supported his left arm, and stood up in front of his chest. He raised his head, and although his face was facing the opposite table, his eyes were always diagonally downward, focusing on the palm raised in front of his chin. There, the tip of his thumb repeatedly scratched the sharp tip of his middle finger. He frowned slightly, as if he was lost in thinking about the question of which is stronger, the spear or the shield. Suddenly, as if he finally remembered something, his eyes slightly raised and lowered, casually sweeping across the representative sitting opposite, and said in a leisurely and soft voice, "Mr. Kilafan, we have seen the farce. Can we start the business?" Although he did not understand the concepts of disdain and indifference, Baki's behavior still made the other party feel instinctively frustrated. Kilafan took a deep breath, suppressed his irritation, and said, "Yes, we can start. Okay, the Black Forest is the common home of all trolls. Our Fang tribe has always upheld the concept of harmony and prosperity, and has always maintained friendly relations with many tribes. Even so, we have suffered great losses in this unjust war launched by you. So, the first request is that the three tribes must apologize to us in front of all the tribes of the Black Forest for their unjust and reckless behavior of starting a war." Kilifan understood the long string of speeches by Baki with difficulty, and his face suddenly darkened, but because he still had to act as a translator, he did not refute it immediately. He raised his head slightly, motioning the other witch doctors present on the left and right to come over, and then explained in a low voice. This work was not only done by him, but also by some clever apprentices from the Fang tribe in the surrounding audience seats. They had to translate back his words into simple words of original troll language word by word, and introduce them to the trolls of other tribes as detailed as possible. After a while, the translation work inside and outside the seats was completed one after another. Kilafan, the witch doctor, who had finished the discussion, was ready to refute in the midst of the buzzing accusations around him. He said, "Noman, Finay, ahem." Baki interrupted what he wanted to say with a cough. After looking at him meaningfully, he slowly said, "Sir Kilafan, think about it before you speak. The Yat tribe is not short of food to feed hundreds of male trolls. You don't ask their opinions anymore?" Baki said, pursing his lips towards the opposite sides. "Okay, please, wait." Griffin said weakly, and began to translate in a low voice again. But this time, there was no simultaneous interpretation in the audience, so the audience did not know the threat made by Baki at this time. The faces of the other two witch doctors changed dramatically, first turning purple, then blue, and finally nodding helplessly. "Very good, it seems you have reached a consensus. Yes, we will apologize." Kilifan did not mention the matter of the Yat tribe annexing the two tribes of Finay and Norman in the northwest of the Black Forest, and chose to accept the first demand of Baki. "Then let's talk about the second item. In the war with you, the Yat tribe lost 400 warriors over shoulder height. These warriors should have contributed rich prey and sweet fruits to the tribe in the future. Do you admit this?" With an ominous premonition, Kilifan made a bitter face and translated the number. It was one of the concepts he first promoted after he ended his captive life and returned to the tribe. Therefore, translating the number 400 is not difficult now. But the situation in the audience is different. The apprentices have to turn their palms and souls one by one, trying their best to let these uncivilized guys understand what 400 is. When they finally made it clear, the audience was in an uproar again. Losing so many people at one time was a huge loss even for the few large tribes in the Black Forest. Therefore, the tribal leaders who just understood what 400 meant sympathized with the experience of the Yat tribe. The three tribes were thus trapped in the passive public opinion. Even though they knew that the loss of the Yat tribe could not be so much, they did not dare to refute such a relatively insignificant issue. So, Kilafan, who almost regretted learning the new language, once again frowned and nodded to agree to this untrue data. "Since we have reached a consensus on this point, you will also accept the compensation resulting from it, right?" Kilafan, who had been mentally prepared, nodded silently to express his agreement. That's good, Mia. Give them the prepared materials. Mia took out a few stone tablets from the large leather bag at her feet. There were densely engraved formulas on them, which seemed to be the calculation results related to loss compensation. The table was very wide, but she didn't even lift her buttocks. She just sat down and stretched out her hand to pass it and raised her chin slightly to indicate that they should stand up and take it. Mia's arrogant behavior was obviously not as natural as her husband's. She had to put on a cold face and said in a cold voice that sounded as serious as possible, "The compensation is based on this?" Kilifan took it and glanced at it. When he saw the conclusion on the last clay tablet, he immediately shouted, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You want us to die." In excitement, even the new language that he was not very familiar with seemed to become much smoother. What was engraved on the clay tablet, Baki naturally knew clearly. It was an estimate of the total contribution of 400 strong warriors to the tribe in a total of 300 years. In addition, there was also the so-called war reparations and the ransom for prisoners calculated based on the total contribution of 300 years. The exaggerated total amount was like an astronomical figure, and it would be impossible to collect it, even if the 3 parts were sold countless times. However, Baki did not intend to force them to death. The room for bargaining was still quite ample, and it could even be said to be extremely generous. But such a humiliating job naturally could not be done by the couple themselves. They had to maintain the dignity of civilized people in front of the other tribes. So, a young apprentice sat on the third seat of their side and began to bargain like cursing on the street. I only heard this side say, "We are willing to take a step back and only want a share of 250 years." The other side immediately denied it and said, "We can only afford 3 months." Then the third seat slammed the table and said angrily, "But you underestimate our heroes? How dare the defeated dogs face the heavenly soldiers and red tassels?" The other side said, "Even if the 3 tribes are slaughtered, they can't afford such compensation." This fierce back and forth lasted for 3 days before finally reaching a consensus. Amid many impatient mediations, the 3 tribes must pay 30% of the total harvest of the tribe as compensation to the Ya tribe in the next 100 years. This 30% includes food, fur, and all materials obtained from nature. All the food reserves of the 3 tribes on the Holy Mountain will be transferred to the Ya department for safekeeping as a guarantee for this compensation. Originally, the Ya department also intended to transfer this guarantee to the headquarters for storage. But how could the 3 tribes agree? What is the difference between such a clause and throwing meat buns at a dog? So, under their argument, Baki reluctantly made concessions. He said that the Ya department would build a guarantee warehouse between the Gabi area and the Killen department to store this batch of guarantees. However, this is not an unconditional concession. First, the 3 tribes must undertake part of the task of building a garrison. They need to send a total of at least 200 strong trolls to the construction area as labor, and they must also bear all the material consumption of them, and the Ya departments dispatched trolls during the construction period. Secondly, the 3 tribes must pay half of the total harvest as warehouse management fees for a period of 10 years. Finally, the Ya department must also detain some captives at the headquarters as a guarantee for the guarantee. As for the selection of this batch of captives, just before the negotiation, a group of female captives were unable to travel with the team due to sudden illness, and during their recovery in Yabu, due to factors such as unfamiliarity with the place, more fellow villagers had to be assigned to take care of them. Therefore, for the sake of convenience, the so-called guarantor of guarantee was directly performed by them. Baki also generously stated that he would exempt the 3 departments from the obligation to provide food for these captives, and all the expenses related to food, clothing, housing and transportation incurred by them during the period of acting as guarantor of guarantee would be borne by Yabu. This high-sounding statement won the admiration of the trolls in the spectator seats for Yabu. However, females are not included in the exchange was a condition that the 3 departments had been informed of early on. At this time, Baki's words of stealing the concept made it seem like it was for their own good. Such a shameless behavior made the witch doctors on the opposite side so angry that they wanted to expose his ugly face on the spot. However, we also need males. Nothing can resist Baki's threat. In order to successfully redeem the males, The 3 witch doctors had to pretend to be happy to respond to these words, and took the initiative to endorse the open and above board and generous style of Yabu in front of the other tribes. After determining these main items, the remaining details such as trade, protection of trade routes, and deposit and withdrawal of meal coins did not consume too much time. The huge difference in strength between the two sides made the negotiation simple. There was no verbal confrontation, and there was no room for magnificent psychological warfare. Maybe the 3 tribes had the idea of struggling again before, but the army inside and outside the gate, back his previous charge, and Yabu's ease in handling foreign affairs directly extinguished their miscellaneous thoughts. At this moment, the 3 witch doctors just wanted to exchange the captives as soon as possible and start normal hunting activities as soon as possible. Under such circumstances, the negotiation came to an end. The results of the negotiation will be recorded in detail in the form of a treaty on several clay tablets, and it is scheduled to be exchanged after the official signature, or handprint. On the clay tablet, the first 6 large new words for treaties of friendship and the phonetic notation above are engraved in neutral language. The main text, appendix and other detailed contents are engraved below. The main text is of course the details of the treaty. 1. The 3 tribes of Killen, Likia and Vittel must make a formal apology to the Ya tribe in the presence of other tribes. 2. The above 3 tribes must make a commitment to leave the world peacefully. If there is any intention of starting a war, the Ya tribe has the right to cooperate with the other tribes in the Black Forest to fight. Signature column of the intended party. 3. The above 3 tribes shall jointly bear the compensation and ransom of 30% of the total harvest of the 3 tribes promised to the Ya tribe in the next 100 years in a ratio of 1:1:1:1:1. 4. The compensation materials include, but are not limited to meat, plant food, leather, and roundwood. The Ya tribe has the right to determine the types and proportions of materials according to its actual needs. 5. In order for the Ya tribe to obtain corresponding compensation in the future, the above 3 tribes shall pay collateral and bear the storage management fee for a period of 10 years. 6. The storage management fee shall be 7. The Ya tribe shall bear the obligations of the 3 tribes in the Gabi region. 8. In order to ensure that the compensation process in the future can be effectively supervised, and for the friendly development of the 4-party relations in the future, the 4 tribes must jointly promote the standardized use of standard troll language. 9. The standard troll language shall, and shall only, be composed of the ideographic symbols and phonetic symbols defined by the Ya tribe. The 3 tribes have the obligation to follow up in a timely manner when the Ya tribe deletes, adds, or redefines a standard troll language. 9. In order to popularize a standard troll language, the Ya department must accept at least 50 foreign students from the 3 departments every 3 years, and provide the foreign students with food and accommodation treatment of the members of the department. 10. The 3 departments are obliged to send at least 50 foreign students to the Ya department for study every 3 years. 11. The rice currency will be used as a special equivalent by the signatories of the treaty. The Ya department is obliged to maintain the normal circulation of the rice currency. The signatories of the treaty shall not refuse to accept or maliciously damage the rice currency. The Ya department is obliged to ensure the smooth exchange channel between rice currency and food, and has the right to charge a certain proportion of the issuance fee. The signatories of the treaty shall not maliciously run on the bank. 12. Any vendor has the right to enter and exit the 3 departments and the Ya department's sphere of influence to conduct trade. Their personal and property safety must be protected by the local tribe. 13. The Ya department has the obligation to maintain the stability of the water and land trade routes, and has the right to crack down on any forces that attempt to, or have begun to block the trade routes. 14. After that, it is the appendix. First, the specific meanings of the words used in the treaty were recorded in detail, and the definition standards for time units and measurement units were established. Of course, whether it was the explanation of terms or the definitions of verbs and adjectives, they all use the same stuff from the Ministry of Justice. Therefore, especially the part of word interpretation, it is equivalent to interpreting complex things again with more complex methods, which makes it convenient for Yabu to operate in secret when necessary. In terms of time unit and measurement unit, the standards gradually developed by Yabu over the years are also copied and adopted. In this regard, due to the lack of its own civilization achievements, Sanbu has no way to deal with it, so it can only pinch its nose and accept it. However, the signing of the treaty has not been officially declared over yet. Baki plans to hold a meaningful contract exchange ceremony, and decided to hold it near the snow line of the Holy Mountain, which happens to be the common original altar of the 3 departments, or the wild base for seed exchange. Since it is a ceremony, it must not be compromised. Baki proposed a series of necessary and unnecessary requirements such as building a high platform and cleaning. Seeing that the contract was about to be exchanged, but was forced by Baki again, Sanbu naturally felt extremely unhappy about this. But what else could he do? He had to bite the bullet and agree again, saying that he needed some time to prepare. Baki agreed very readily, and he had no intention of helping. While waiting, he once again used the original troll language he had used before, and began to communicate further with the witch doctors and warriors of various tribes. He taught the witch doctors the new standard troll language and occasionally showed off his little magic, but did not explain it in detail, just constantly tickling their hearts. In addition, he also fought several battles with the chiefs of various tribes. With his current strength, even without using magic, he could surpass the strongest warrior in pure physical competition, and the result was naturally that he never lost. Not only Baki, but also the other warriors, began to actively engage in various brutal exchanges at Baki's nod. Whether it was a single fight or a group fight, the warriors of the Ya tribe were very popular, especially the 5 totem warriors and the 3 brigade centurions such as Daba, who were all fierce warriors who could get into a stalemate with the chiefs of various tribes. As for whether the fight would develop into a one-on-one, one-on-many, or many-on-many fight after the fight, although 3 of the 8 top fighters on his side were female, and although these improper fights were somewhat unbearable to him, but it was obviously inappropriate to substitute the ideas of the previous life, so Baki let them do whatever they wanted, and didn't bother them. It was indeed effective. The male and female leaders of each side significantly improved their relationship with the Yabu, and they became warmer to each other in a short period of time. After this kind of communication lasted for about 4 or 5 days, the food carried by the Yabu was finally consumed, and the logistics supply was reluctantly taken over by the 3 departments. But Baki also kept a plan, and ordered his side to eat in 3 shifts, leaving enough time to prevent the 3 departments from poisoning and other behaviors when they were desperate. The 3 departments have a deep foundation, and there is food stored little by little on the snow peaks for countless years, which can completely bear this consumption in a short period of time. But the 3 tribes began to get anxious after not going out for several days. Their resources were always for emergency use, and it was impossible for them to store food for 4,000 plus trolls for 2 years like the Ya tribe did. It was already a very far-sighted and remarkable act for each tribe to have a reserve of more than 1,000 trolls to consume for several months. After the war, although the actual population of the tribe that consumed food decreased due to the capture of prisoners, the reduced population was all strong labor, the main force for the tribe to obtain food. While this part of the population decreased sharply, the number of young and elderly people was still so large, which meant that the remaining labor had to undertake more hunting tasks than before in order to keep the tribe going. This was not easy to do, so food became tight, and the tribe had to use the reserves on the snow peak. Now, they have to bear the consumption of the Ya army and the witch doctors and warriors from other tribes. Seeing the reserves gradually decreasing, the few remaining witch doctors and the 3 tribes became more and more heartbroken. Even if the reserves will all be handed over to the Ya tribe after the successful exchange of the contract in a few days, they are still fizz. Therefore, the construction of the contract exchange ceremony site had to be accelerated. Several witch doctors even used some medium-level magic crystals and accelerated it at the cost of a little life. So, after only 2 days, a simple stage required by the Baki was successfully built. The heads of the tribes waiting in the Killen tribe climbed the snow line and gathered here, observing the unfamiliar scenery and special physical sensations. Later, Baki also arrived with all the troops and prisoners, and observed this so-called holy mountain like a country bumpkin, leaning over, holding a handful of white, slowly feeling it. Even though the troll's body and senses were very different from the memories of his previous life, when he was still a human, Baki could still confirm that this is snow. The ceremony finally began. The first step was to repent and forgive. The representatives of the three tribes took the stage one by one and apologized in public, and Baki accepted them one by one on behalf of the headquarters. The second step was to carry forward the present and look forward to the future. The representatives of the four parties took the stage one by one to speak. Compared with the three parties' poor performance, Baki gave a very eloquent speech, mainly highlighting a language superiority. The third step was to formally exchange the treaty. Needless to say, this was accompanied by a bunch of formalistic symbolic links and witnessed by the witch doctors and chiefs of all parties. The four tribes participating in the negotiation, including Yab and Killen, exchanged the treaty clay tablets signed, or stamped, by each tribe, rather than divided by the warring forces, and swore to comply with the contents of the treaty. Finally, Baki took the stage again, and made a summary. He said with great emotion, in the past few days, seeing the negotiations between the four tribes come to a successful conclusion, I should have felt happy. But there is always a little regret in my heart. That is, I feel that something important is missing. So I thought about it again and again, and finally just now, when I saw the sincere smiles on your faces, I finally understood where this regret came from. Baki paused for a moment, and after the amateur translators finished their explanations with strokes and words, he spoke again in the eyes of many doubts. I think it is a pity to simply define this negotiation as an agreement on war compensation between our four tribes. I think this way of negotiation, to achieve the goal through peaceful dialogue, is an improvement. Why do I think so? Because in this unprecedented great exchange, our four tribes, which were hostile to each other not long ago, finally shook hands and made peace, and even reached many consensuses that we never dared to think of before. Translation: we decided to maintain the unity of language, measurement units, and time units. You must have witnessed the charm of standard troll language and the convenience brought by unified measurement and time units in the past few days. These things are the basic requirements for us to communicate effectively and reach further understanding and cooperation. So, we can build on this foundation to establish deeper multilateral exchanges. This kind of exchange is related to the construction of safe and fast trade routes, and the frequent travel of caravans on the trade routes. It is related to shortening our spiritual distance and enriching our material conditions. For example, you lack food, but I have surplus. I lack clothes, but you have surplus. So we can learn from each other's strengths and make up for our weaknesses. If it were before, whether there was a misplaced surplus among our four tribes would actually have nothing to do with the improvement of everyone's living standards. The dark forest, ferocious monsters, and surging rivers are all material obstacles between us. The tribes do not have so much energy to travel through mountains and rivers, through completely unfamiliar areas, to exchange the materials they have with each other. Translation: but now the situation is different. The Ya tribe has made great progress in technology, enough to provide rich material help to our poor compatriots. In the center, the three tribes of Killen, Rikia, and Vitel have already made a commitment to maintain trade routes. In the north, we have established 6 strongholds along the Black River, and the ships will travel frequently between the strongholds at a speed far beyond your imagination. We have a way to imitate the environment of the holy mountain and store as much food as a mountain. We also have a way to make the food we carry with us still edible even after 20 days and nights. So, thousands of mountains and rivers are no longer an obstacle, and the four tribes can help each other on the premise of cooperation, so as to devote more energy to improving our level of civilization. This is the dawn of civilization, and the four tribes are about to usher in common prosperity. But I always keep in mind the truth that all trolls in the world are one family. If, when the four tribes are prosperous, any troll tribe in the Black Forest still lives an unstable life of hunger, or they hurt each other because of some trivial matters, I will fall into self-blame. Life is not easy for everyone, so why fight and kill? So, I would like to sincerely invite you to join our 4 tribes in the efforts of civilization construction. Open up trade routes together, seek our own advantages together, and then use the advantages to exchange for the remaining resources of fellow tribes to make up for the disadvantages. In the end, we depend on each other, prosper together, and live peacefully and happily on this land. Isn't it good? Everyone may have concerns, but we have a saying in the Ya tribe, hearing is false, seeing is believing. Even though the 3 Killen tribes caused such great harm to us, the Ya tribe still chose to forgive. This is sincerity. If you want to know more, before deciding whether to cooperate, then I invite you to go with me to see for yourself the material achievements of the Ya tribe and the new spiritual outlook of the tribe. These words are half true and half false, especially in terms of sentiment. Baki knows that he is by no means that noble. The so-called vision of common prosperity is just to further promote the prosperity of the Ya tribe itself. If the entire Black Forest is successfully unified under the Ya tribe in a few decades, he is willing to treat the entire region equally. But now, he just wants to fleece the sheep and brainwash them 8500 plus. If you split it up, you can make up more than 4 chapters. Even if I put it on the shelf and update it, it's okay. I have to study, and I don't save manuscripts. This is still something I rushed out after staying up all night. Oh. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.